Hi everyone, welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to be building a real-time chat application in Flutter and we'll be using Appwrite as our backend database. So this is not going to be a simple chat app that has a CRUD functionality. We'll be also using the Appwrite real-time functionality to update the changes in our UI with the help of that, and in this app we'll be having the features like whether the user is online or not, or whether the message is being seen by the receiver or not. All these features we are going to be add, and all the changes will be having in real time, and that will get captured and get reflected to both of the users. We'll be adding features so that the user can create a new message, edit and delete the message. Also, we are going to be adding a feature that allows us to send pictures to other user, and also we'll be sending notifications to the other user if the user sends a message to the other user. The video is going to be very long, but don't worry. In this video, for state management, we'll be using provider, and for saving some of the user data in our local device, we'll be using shared preferences. And in Appwrite, we'll be also using several features from it, like starting from authentication, we'll be using phone authentication. We'll be also using app databases for storing our chat messages and user data, and we'll be also using Appwrite storage bucket for storing all the profile picture of the users as well as the images that are sent in chat messages. And after that, we'll be using Appwrite cloud functions for pushing notifications to other users. We'll be using several features in Appwrite like Appwrite queries, Appwrite relationship, and also Appwrite real-time functionalities. All these things are going to be covered in this video. So let's start the video. Let us start by creating a new Flutter application. We are going to be using Flutter create command, and here we need to type the name of our application. Let's name it as Realtime Chat App Appwrite and create. Now our project has been created. Just navigate to the folder and open it in VS Code using code space dot command. And now from here we'll be needing some external packages as our dependencies. So first let us install them using Flutter pub add command, and here we need to write the name of the packages. First will be Appwrite for backend database, then country code picker for picking up the country code, file picker for picking up images, Firebase code, Firebase messaging, and Flutter local notifications for showing notifications within the app, provider for state management, shared preferences for storing data inside our local database, cache network image, HTTP for API calling. So we need to install all of this. Now all our dependencies has been added. Just verify that all the packages are added successfully or not. Now first we'll be building the basic chat UI. After that we'll be adding the logic for connecting with our Appwrite database and sending real-time chats. So for that, first inside our left folder, we'll be creating a new folder, name it as views. Here we'll be writing all the logic for our UIs. First, let us work for our login page. Since we'll be using phone authentication, for that let's name it as phone login.dart. Here we'll be creating another folder, name it as assets, and here we are going to be bringing two PNGs that we are going to be using inside our application for UI. Here we'll be creating a stateful widget, name it as phone login. Here we'll be having a scaffold. Inside scaffold, we'll have a body, and there we'll be having a column. Inside column, we'll have children. Here we'll be using expanded widget. So here we'll be using the asset image. Before using this asset image, we need to first add it inside our pubset.yml file. So here we can write assets, and the name of our folder is also assets. This is the folder. Just save it. Here we are not receiving any errors or warning. It means that we have initialized correctly. Now here in our expanded widget, we can use image dot asset, and the file part is assets chat.png. Now let's link this with our main.dart file. We'll remove the demo code. Instead of home, we'll be using routes. So for that, let's use routes. Our root route will be phone login. Also, let's name the app as fast chat app. Instead of purple, deep purple, you will be using colors.blue accent. Now let's run it on an emulator. Now this is how it is looking inside our phone login page. Here, after our expanded image widget, here we'll be having a text like welcome to fast chat. Also need to add some decoration. Let's use style property and here provide text type. Font size to, let's make it 20, and font weight to W700, and let's swap it with another column here. You will be having another text. It will be enter the phone number to continue. So here we don't need style. Now it's okay. Just we need to align it. For that we can use cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment.start. Now after this text, we can add a sized box of height 20, and then we'll be adding a font. Child will be text font field. We need to also do some decoration text font field. For that, first we'll be defining the keyboard type as text input type font. Since this will be a phone number input, then for decoration we'll be using input decoration label text as enter your phone number. Also a border, outline input border. Border radius will be border radius dot circular of size 12. Let's define a font key and a text rating controller outside the widget. Now let's define a font key. It will be underscore font key. It will be a type of global key of return type of font state. We'll be requiring another key for OTP filling, so we are declaring it now only. And then we'll be having text rating controllers. First one, let's name it as phone controller, phone number controller. And second one will be our OTP controller. And here we need to link that key with our phone key. And for text field, we need to link the controller. It will be our phone number controller. Then after this text form field, we'll be having a size box of height 20. Here we'll be adding an elevate button. But before that, let's use a size box of height 50 and width to double dot infinity. It will have a child of elevated button, and here let's make the text as send OTP. We need to also pass the onPress function. For now, we are not going to do anything. And here, let's define a style like elevated button dot style form. We will be using similar color in several places. For that, here let's create another folder, name it as constants. Here we'll be creating a new file. It will be colors.dark. First, let's define a color. It's K primary color. It will be color 0xff05848. Now we need to import this color from material dart. This is somewhat blue color. Now here we can provide the background color as a primary color and foreground color as colors.white. Now so we need to have a padding, otherwise it's not looking so good. Here let's swap it with padding. Here the size box of 20 is not looking so good. We can reduce it to 10. So now it's okay, but the image is shrinking and we don't want that. For that, what we can do, image.asset, we have a property called fit. It will be boxFit.cover. And here we need to also wrap this with a widget size box. Height will be media query of context dot size dot height, and width will be double dot infinity, and we need to wrap this with a widget symbol child scroll wheel. Now you will find that the image is not getting shrink. We can also reduce the size if we want for this size box. Now it's looking quite good. Now the user can fill the phone number, but here we can also give the option to the user to pick the country code that the user is willing to enter the phone number. Now we would like to give the user to pick the country code. For that, inside our text form field here, inside input decoration, there is another property known as prefix icon. Here we can provide our country code picker, the package that we have installed. So make sure that country code picker package is installed, otherwise it will not work. And here it accepts a property on changed. So if the country code gets changed, then in that case what we can do, we can print the value dot code, which code is now currently it's shown. Now this is how it looks like. If we click here and choose any other country, it's showing us the country code, but we don't need the country code, we need the dial code. Now let's test. So here it's showing the dial code. We need to declare a string outside our build widget. And for our first time, let's have some country code first. Let's use +91. It's Indian country code. And when the user changes the country code value, in that case we'll assign country code to the value that the user has selected, add a null check here. You'll find that the default country is coming as Afghanistan, but it will, let's make it as India. So there's a property in country code picker, it's initial selection. Here we can specify the country. So for India it's IN, the short code. Now we need to restart. So now it's okay. Now here we can change our country, and our country code is also getting stored here. It's only storing the country code. Now our full phone number will be our country code plus the phone number that is input by the user with the phone number that the user is inputting. Inside our elevated button, we can, since we are using form key, here we can add some validation. Like underscore form key dot current state dot validate. We need to also add the validation property inside our text form field here, validation. So every phone number must have 10 digit. So we can use that logic if value dot length is not equal to 10. In that case, we can return a valid phone number. We need to add null check here because value may be null. Else, in any other case, we'll be returning nothing, means no error. Else, in any other case, except number is not equal to 10, it means that number is equal to 10. In that case, we'll be returning null. And now if we try to send OTP here, now let's save it. And now let's try to send OTP. Here we'll be finding that it's showing us the error validation that invalid phone number. Now on pressing send OTP, we can show a new dialog. So let's use show dialog, and here we'll be showing an alert dialog. So in our builder, we will have a context. We will be using alert dialog. Let the title be text OTP verification. And inside the alert dialog, we'll have content of column will have children's. Here we will be having text enter the 6-digit OTP. So here it's taking the full size. We need to reduce it. For that we can use main access size to main access size of minimum. Now it's taking the minimum amount of size, and we also need to align it to start. So for that, let's use main, let's use cross-axis alignment, and we need to also align this enter OTP to start. For that, let's use cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment dot start, and after this text, we'll be having a size box that will be of height 12. And now here we'll be having another font. The key will be the font Q1 that we have already predefined. Key will be our font Q1 that we have already defined. And here we'll be having a child. Child will be our same text form field. Like this. Let's add some decoration to it. First, the keyboard type will be text input type dot number. This OTP will only contain number. After that, we will define the controller. After that, we'll assign the controller. Controller will be our OTP controller. And then for decoration, we will use output decoration. Here let's pass the label text as enter the output you see. Now we need to also give some border. For that let's use border. Border will be outlined by input border, and just a simple corners edges. So for that, let's use border radius dot circular. Let's make it red. So after this, our column where we are specifying the content here. After the content, we have some actions. Actions will be our text button. It's a simple button that will have the text of text submit. Now it's okay. Here we can also add some validator because we are using font key, so it's good to have a validation. So here we can add a validator that the value of the value dot length is not equal to 6 digit. It means that it's sent a valid OTP. In that case, we can return invalid OTP. Else will be returning null, means nothing. Now if we call if valid1 dot current state dot validate standard null check here. Now let's try to submit the OTP. Here we are getting as invalid OTP. So the UI for the login page is done. Now let's work on the new UI for home page. For that, you will be creating another file. It will be our home.dart file. It will be a stateful widget again. So let's use home page. Let's name the widget as home page. You will be having a scaffold. For now, let's just define slash home as home page. For testing, let's just use the root page as home page for now, but later we'll be modifying it. Inside our home page, we need to show the user profile icon and text naming as chats. So for that, first we'll start by having an app bar of app bar widget. Here we'll be having the title as text chats. Just modify this type. So use text style for that. Font weight, for font weight we'll be using font weight on bold, and inside our colors.dart we'll create another file. It will be our key background color. It will be color 0xff 9f 9f 9. And for our scaffold background color, we'll be having the background color that we have recently created. And for app background color will also be the background color. Here we'll be having scroll under elevation, we'll set it as 0 and elevation to 0. In our actions, we need to have a profile icon. So here in our actions, we can use a circle avatar And here we can use the background image to our image that we have defined here, the user.png. So image will be our asset image of assets slash user.png dot image. So now the user icon is shown. So inside our scaffold body, we'll be having a list type, list of messages. So here we'll be having a list of list types. For that, we can use a list view builder. Here we'll be using here let the item count be 10. Here let the item count be 10. Inside our item builder, we'll be creating list type. The title will be text. Let's keep it other user for now. Here we'll be having the redo of the circle avatar. It will be the same. So just copy it and paste it here. We will be replacing the image with the actual image of the user. For now, we are just creating the UI. After title, we'll be having a subtitle. And inside our circle avatar, we can wrap it with a stack widget. Stack will have childrens instead of childs. Here we'll be having another circle avatar. This time it will be a background color of either green. For now, let's just use colors dot green. And the size, we need to provide the radius. Let's keep it 6. Now you can see the avatar. Now we need to add another widget. Now we need to add this. Now we need to add. Now you can see the green icon it's shown. So we want it below and towards the right. So for that we want this green active icon at bottom of the profile and right. So for that we can add this with position widget, give right as 0 and bottom as well as 0. Now it's okay. Now for our trailing, we'll be having a column, and column will have children's. So first we'll be having a circular avatar, radius will be 10, and child will be text of 10. So it is showing something like this. The text size is very big, so let's reduce the text size using the style property, and here we'll use text style, and font size will be 11. Now the text is small. And here we can also specify the background color as our primary color, and we need to change our text color also to colors.white. Now it's okay. Here, after the number of unread messages, we need to show some kind of time. For that, let's just add a sized box here after the circle avatar height. Let's make it 8. You will be having some kind of text. Now it's okay, but here we need to align it properly. So the main axis alignment will be main axis alignment at center, column center means at the middle, and the cross axis alignment we want it at the end. Currently it's in center, so we want to make it at the end. So now it's looking quite better. And here we'll be also having a floating action button. So let's use a floating action button. So for now on this we are going to do nothing, and the icon for floating action button will be icon add. Now this is how our chats will look like. We have almost built a homepage UI. Here inside inside our homepage, we have several number of user chats. What we want when the user click on any of this chat, it should open the chat page for that specific user. So for that, what we can do here in our list type, there is one more property that is on tab. We can use that, and we can redirect to some specific page. Currently, we have not yet created the chat page, so let's create a chat page dot. Let's make it as a simple chat page, and we also need to link it with our routes. So it will be /chat context will be our chat page. So now if we press on this list type, it will redirect us to navigator dot push named, and the name of the route was /chat. Now if we click any of this chat, then it is opening the chat page where now here we are going to be designing the chat UI. Let's start with the scaffold and have an AMBA leading width to 40. It will reduce the width as you can see the change. Now scroll down the elevation to 0. Now background color will be a background color, and also scaffold will have a background color. Now inside ABBA we'll have the title as text, the name of the user, it will be other user for now. So we need to reduce the size. For that, let's change the style. Font size will be 60 and font weight, let it be W600. Now it's little bold. Here we can wrap it with a row, because first we need to show the image of the user that to whom the current user is sending the message. So here we'll be using circle avatar. Just add a size box of width 10 for spacing. Now it's okay. Here we'll be adding a column, and after this text we'll be having another text. It will say whether the user is online or offline, like this. So we need to reduce the font size here. Let it be for 14, and also we don't need to provide the font weight. The default one will be good. We can also reduce it to 12. Yes, 12 will be great. And now we need to align it to start. So for that, let's use cross-axis alignment start. Now our ABBA UI is ready. Let's just first create some messages. Now here comes the part where we'll be needing the models. So here we'll be creating another folder, naming it as models. First we'll be writing our message model dot. So we are naming a class of message model. Each message will have a string of message, the user ID of the sender, the user ID of the receiver. Each message will have a specific message ID. So let's use string message ID, and then we'll be having a date time of timestamp. It will be used to determine when the message was sent, and then a boolean value is seen by the receiver, and then whether the message is an image or not is image. So it might happen that message ID is not there, so just make it. It might happen that message ID is not provided, so we are adding a nullable value. We are making this two nullable, message ID and image. Now we need to initialize the constructor. So here it will be required desktop. So we can use this and add formal parameters. It will add all of the parameters, and we need to use required here because we want it to be compulsory to provide. So here message ID will not be compulsory. Whether the file is image or not, we are not making that compulsory. So now it's okay. So this is our message model. Now before starting here, I will be creating some list of messages. We will be using message model. Just for now, let's make it low. So we have created some dummy messages, and we are going to be using these messages for designing our UI. So inside our constants, we will be creating another constant. Let's name it as chat message dot add. It will be a stateful widget, chat message. Here inside chat message, it will be a simple widget. So here will be expecting to pass the message model message, or let's make it MSG, the string of the current user that is logged in, and whether the image is full or not, whether the message is an image or not. Just add formal parameters. Here will be returning a container of cross-access, a container that will have a child of row. Here will be having a row. Row will have children. So first, here we are going to be creating some kind of message bubbles. So first we need to align it to left if the sender is other user, and we need to align it to right if the user is current user. So that's the thing we need to do. So here we'll be using for row, here we'll be using main axis alignment, and if the if widget dot message dot sender means the person who has sent the message, if it's the current user, then in that case we wanted to align it to right. So for that we'll use main axis alignment dot end. Else we want to align it to start. For that we'll use main axis alignment dot start. In children's we'll have a column will have children's. First, here also for column the same thing will apply for cross-axis alignment. If that's sender, then it will be end, otherwise it will be start. So if widget, so here also the same logic. If widget is widget dot message dot sender is equal to current user, in that case cross-axis alignment dot end is cross-axis alignment dot start. Inside children, we are going to have a row. We will have children's. This time we'll have another container here, and let the text be, let it have a child. So container will have a child, text will be widget dot message dot message. Now let's call this chat message function inside our chat page. Here inside the scaffold body, we'll be using list view builder. First we'll be using item count. Let it be messages dot length, and item builder will be chat message that we have recently created. Here we need to provide the message. So the message will be messages slash index, and current user let it be, so just specify a random ID like 101, and all the messages are not images, so we'll be using false for now. So now you can see the UI is looking like this because the current user we have set as 101. 101 is the sender. For that reason, it's showing in right, and when current user is receiver, it's showing in left. Now we need to add more decorations. So here in container, we'll be using constraints, box constraints. So we need to specify a max width so that the container does not take all the width that is available. So here just specify max width of media query dot of context dot width dot size dot width. Let it be maximum of 75%. So we'll be using 0.7. Now the max width of message will be 75%. We'll be only understand that how much width it is taking by providing decoration, box decoration. And if we add colors, a primary color. Now you will be able to know that it will, if we have some long message, it will be only taking maximum 75% of the width, not the full width that is available. Now here we need to also add some decorations. For that, let's add a padding. Sets.all. Let's make it 10. Here we'll be adding border radius. Now, it's a tricky thing that we don't want all, we don't want to make it rounded. One side we wanted to make it square. So for that, we will be using border radius dot only. And here, if message is coming to the current user, in that case, it should be less rounded here. So this side is bottom left. So, so here in bottom left, if widget, the same logic, if this is the thing, then we'll be having a radius dot circular of 0.2 of 2, else we'll be having radius dot circle of 20. Now you can see that it's looking like this. It's looking very odd, but it will look good after we add all the radius. Now, in case of the message that is sent, it will be rounded, less rounded here. So this will be 20 and this will be 2. Now it's okay. So now it's okay. And bottom right, the same logic will have alternating radius. Then we'll have a radius dot circular of 2 and one will have radius dot circular of 3. Now all others will have radius dot circular of 20. And also top right will have the same thing, radius dot circular of 20. Here we need to define another our secondary color. It will be case secondary color. Let's use color 0xff. It will be f0 f0 f0. Now here for styling we'll be using text type and colors. So if the sender is equal to current user, in that case the background will be blue, so we need to keep the color as colors.white, text color as colors.white, and for other user it will be colors.black. And also for this box decoration we can specify the color rather than specifying a primary color. We can check if it's user. In that case we can use a primary color, otherwise we can use a secondary color. Now it is looking quite good. At the top container that we have defined, this one, here we can add some padding, edge insets dot all of padding 4. So now the UI is looking quite better after the message. This row, after this row ends, we'll have another row that will have children's of text message. So here we will display the time, date and time when the message was sent, and also an icon whether the message is seen by the user or not. First for displaying date and time, we need to format the date and time. So here we'll be creating another function. Let's name it as format date done. It will return string So for this, it will be string format date. Here we are going to be expecting date type, date, and if date, if date dot date, it means date dot date means today's date is equal to date time dot now dot date, and also the month and the year. If all of the things are same, it means it's today's date. In that case, we'll be returning today, and then we'll format the date like first. If we want to format it like this, today, then 50 like this. We want to format the string like this. So for that, we will be first splitting date dot hour, and here we need to also be adding 0, because if we check, because here we need to also add an additional 0, because for 0 1 to 9 it will be only 9, but it should be 0 1 or 0 2 like this. So for that, we need to check that if the date hour is greater than 9, then we can return the date dot hour. Otherwise, we will be returning something 0 and then date dot out. And we also need to return the minutes. So after this, we'll be adding a colon, and then here it will be minute. Now, if it is our previous day, means yesterday, in that case, the logic will be similar to this. If yesterday, if today, so if date dot day is equal to date dot day minus 1, in that case, it's yesterday. We will use the same logic, and instead of today, we'll be returning yesterday. And else, in case of anything, any previous day, we will be returning like this 10 slash 01 slash 2024 and the time. So for that, we'll be using date dot date slash date date dot month slash date dot year, and after a space we'll be displaying the hour and minute. So we can copy this and paste it here and add a colon. Now we have written the function that will format the date time according to our needs. Now here inside this row we'll have another condition: if margin edge instance dot symmetric of horizontal margin 3, and then it will add some gaps between the columns and the rows. After this container will have a text. Now this container will have a child of text format date that will be importing from the format date function that we have created. And here will be pass widget.message.timestamp. The time will be containing inside timestamp, and then we'll be providing style, text type. Font size will be 12. The color will be theme dot of context dot color scheme dot outline. So it will be some kind of grayish color. Let's just modify the date for our chat page. Now here we'll be adding an icon that will be used to show whether the message is seen by the receiver or not. We'll check if widget.message.sender is equal to widget.currentUser. In that case, we will first be checking if widget.message is in my receiver. It will contain either true or false. Now the tick for whether the message is seen by the other user or not, it will be only visible to the sender. So for that reason, if sender is current user, then it will be visible to him. In that case, we'll show an icon of icons.check circle. Let's make it outline. Else we will be also showing this check circle outline, but one thing that will change is the color. And if widget.sender is not equal to current user, we can also deal with this. In that case, we'll be showing a simple sized box. Now you can see that it's showing the icon. Now we need to decorate it a little bit. The size, make it 60. And now also we need to change the color. For this, if the message is already seen by the other user, in that case we can pass colors. In that case we can use any primary color. Else if it's not seen, in that case we can use colors dot gray. That's okay. We'll be changing the color from gray to blue if the message is seen, and this seen message will be only visible to the sender, not the receiver. Now we have designed the chat message UI. Just for testing, here we can also pass the is seen by receiver to true. Now let's restart. If is seen by receiver is true, it will return a blue colored tick, otherwise it will return a gray colored tick. Now this was if our message is a text. Now let's work on if the message sent by the user or received is an image. Now the chat messages are very much aligned to the edges. We can add some spacing to it. For that, here we can add some margin of edge insets dot symmetric. We only need to add a margin from this side, so it will be horizontal. Let's make it 4. Now we are giving some space here. Now here, if widget dot is image, in that case, the full logic will be little different. You will be having a container first. container will have a child row, who will have a children. The same logic that we have used here, just copy and paste it. And now row will also be having children's. Children's will have a column. The same logic will be applied here. Column. And then column will have children's. First children will be a container. Again, you will be having some margin of sets dot symmetric sets dot all for, and here first will be having a child of cache network image. You need to provide the image URL. Let's use a random image. Also providing the height as 200 and width as 200. For this we need to do some modification. We are just passing another message. This will be have this image to true. Instead of directly specifying false, let's make it as true. We are getting some errors because we have entered wrong image URL. Images, we are using this pixel. Now let's try to check. So here we are getting all the images. So this is how images will look like if the user sends or if the user receives an image. Now we need to do some decoration here. Instead of just making the square, we can make the square images give a rounded corner. For that, let's use clip rect, and we'll use border radius of border radius dot circular of 10. Now it got some kind of rounded edges, and here, like we are formatting the date, so we need to just copy it. Here we are having the column. After this container, we'll be pasting the date. Now it will be like this. Here we can specify the main axis size. Main axis size. Here we can increase the padding, horizontal margin to something more. Let's make it as 8. Now it's okay, it's giving us some padding. Now this is okay. If user receive images, then it will be also able to handle it. And now here we also need a text form field at the end of the messages. For that, what we can do here inside our chat page, we can wrap this list view builder with a container and add some padding here of all 8. Now we are getting some spacing. We will be wrapping this with a column, and then we'll wrap this container with a widget expanded, so it will use all the space that is available. And after this expanded widget, we will be having a container of margin sets dot all 6 and padding of sets dot symmetric horizontal will be 8 and vertical will be 4. You can see some images are getting cut, and here we'll be adding decoration, box decoration. Color, color will be a secondary color, and will be border radius dot circle 20. Now it's showing very small amount because we don't have anything here. After we add a child here, it will be a row. First it will have some children's. First here we'll be using expanded. Expanded will have a child of text form field. Now it's looking something like this. We need to remove the underline from text form field. For that, first we use decoration. Import decoration. Border will be import border dot one. Here we also need a controller. For that, let's define a text editing controller. Text editing controller. Message controller. And here the text form field will have a controller of message controller. Let's also add a hint text. Here we can add a hint text like type a message. Now it's okay. Now after the text form field, we'll first have an icon button that will have an icon of icons.image. And also another icon, it will be icons.send. Now we have also designed the chat page UI. Now we have built the chat page UI. Now let us work on building the UI for our profile page. For that, here inside our views folder, we'll be creating another new file. It will be profile.dart. It will be a stateful widget. Name it as profile page. Remove the placeholder. Instead, give a scaffold. When the user press this profile icon, we want them to show their profile page. So we also need to link this with our routes. Inside main.dart, here we'll have another route of profile. It will be context to our profile page. Now from our home page, now if we click on this action circular avatar, so we need to first wrap it with the gesture detector. On tab, we need to redirect the user to the profile page using navigator dot push name, and the name of our route was profile. Now if we click on this profile icon, it's showing us the profile page. Let's design the profile page. First, in app bar, we'll have a simple app bar that will show the title text as profile. And then we'll have a body. Inside scaffold, we'll have list view. List view will have children's, and first children will be the list type. Title will be text of the current username. So let's make it current user for now. And subtitle will be the phone number. And then trailing will be providing an icon. So it will be icon for icons dot edit outline. Now here in our leading, we also want to provide the profile picture of the user. For that, we'll be using leading, and here we'll be using the circular avatar that we have used in our profile page like this. We can just copy it and paste it here. It will work the same. And after this list style, we'll be having a divider. It will just add a divider line. Next, we'll have another list style. The title leading will be a icon of icons dot info outline, and the title will be text about. We'll have another list style similar to this one. This time it will be logout, and icons will be icons.logout outline. Now here we have created a very basic profile page, and our final UI will be our update profile page. So just create another file, update profile.dart. It will also be a stateful widget. Name it as update profile. When the user press this list type, we will redirect the user to the update profile page. Here we'll use a scaffold. Scaffold will have an app bar. App bar will be titled text like update. We also need to link this with our routes. So the name of the route will be /update, and here we'll pass context to our update page, update profile stateful widget. Now when the user press this list style, this one, list style has a property of on tap. So we are going to use this on tap function and navigate the user. Name of our route will be update/update. Now when we press this list style, it will open the update profile page. What we want to do here inside our update profile, we have already provided the app bar, and you will be having a very simple UI. First you will have a column will have children's. First here will have a sized box of height 40, and then you will be having a circle avatar. You will be having the same circle avatar like this, but this time we will increase its radius to 120, make it bigger, and we will wrap this with a stack, and it will be children. So circle avatar will be inside stack, and after this circle avatar we can use position widget. Child will be a container will have another child. It will be icons.edit rounded. Now here it's not looking that great, but what we can do, we can change the position of the icon from here to here. For that we are using position as bottom 0 and right 0. Now the position had changed. So here inside the container we need to add some decoration. Container will have box decoration. First it will have a color of k primary color, border radius dot circular 30, and container will have a padding of edge insets dot all 20. Now it's okay. Here we need to change the color of the icon to colors dot white. Now it is quite okay. Here we need to align this to center, otherwise it will not look so great. For that we'll be using main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot center and cross axis alignment to cross axis alignment dot center. After this tag we'll be having a size box of height 20 to give some spacing, and there we'll have another container of margin edge insets dot all 6 and padding of edge insets dot symmetric. Horizontal will be 8 and vertical will be 4, and this container will have a child of row. This container will have an expanded widget. Child will be text form field, and text form field will have a decoration of input decoration. Here inside the text form field, when we are providing input decoration, we are getting this border. To avoid this border, we can use border input border dot none. It will remove the border, and here we can also provide a hint text. It will be enter your name. We need to provide some decoration to the container, otherwise it will not look good. It will be box decoration. Color will be a secondary color, and also some border radius or rounded corners. It will be border radius dot circular of 12 radius. Now it's okay. Similar to this container, first we'll have another sized box and another container. So just copy and paste it. So we don't need this sized box. This time it will be hint text will be phone number, and also for updating we don't want the user to update a phone number. For that reason we can use the enable property and set it to false, so that the user will not be able to update their phone number. Now after this container will be adding a sized box of height 10 for some spacing, and here we'll be adding a elevated button. For now let's do nothing. In the text it will have the text of update. So this elevated button is not looking so great. We need to add some custom styling. For that we can use this style property and use elevated button dot style font. Your background color will be our key primary color, and foreground color will be colors dot white. We want it to take the full space. For that reason we'll wrap it with a sized box. Provide the height as 50 and width to double dot infinity. Now it's okay. Here when we are starting the column you will be adding a padding. So here you will find that we are getting this parent data widget exception. We are getting this because we are using expanded widget. So it's better to not use expanded widget here. We can remove this, and now if we save it and go to profile, we'll find that the error is not coming. Now for small screens we are getting this bottom overflow. To fix this, we can wrap this with an widget, single child scroll rate, and now the problem will be solved. Now we have created our update profile UI. Now one thing that is only left is our user searching page. So create another file. It will be search users.dat. Make it a stateful widget as well. Search users. So here what we want, here we can type the phone number and search for the user by entering the phone number. So here we'll be having a scaffold again. Now here we'll be having an app bar. App bar will have an app bar widget. Title will be search users. We need to also link this with our main.dart file where we are specifying routes. It will be search. Here will be using context. It will be our search users. Now when we press this floating action button in our home page, here we will redirect the user to that search users page using navigator dot push name, and the name of the route is search. Now if you press this button, it's showing search users. Now let's design the UI for the search users page. Here the style of the text will be a little bit different. Here will be having text type. Font weight will be font weight dot bold. Inside app bar will have bottom property. There will be specifying preferred size widget. Here we need to specify the size. Size will be size dot from height. The size of height will be 50. Here we are mainly going to be adding a search box text form field. So we are doing that. The child will have a container. Margin will be edge insets dot alt 8. Container will have a child of a row. Row will have children's. Here we'll be having an expanded widget again. Here we'll be having a text field. Text field will have some decoration. Like border will be input border dot run to remove the underline, and the hint text of enter phone number. Also need to add some decoration here. So decoration, box decoration. Color will be case secondary color. Border radius will be border radius dot circular of 6. We need to also add some padding here. Let's add the padding of edge insets dot symmetric. Horizontal will be 12 and vertical will be 4. Now the search box is looking quite better. After this expanded text field, we'll be adding an icon. Icon will be icons.search. So now we have built the UIs for our app. Now let's work on the part for adding functionalities to this UI. So first we need to visit the official Appwrite Cloud website. From here, since we are going to be using Appwrite as our backend database, we are going to use Appwrite Cloud for that. If you don't have any account in Appwrite, then you can create a new account. Otherwise, if you already have an existing account, then you can sign in to your existing account. So let me sign into my existing account. From here, click on create project. Here we need to provide the name of our project. Let's make it as fast chat app. Click on next. Click on create. Now from here we need to add Flutter platform. Here we need to provide the name of application. It is Fast Chat App. This one is our package name. Application ID is our package name. Copy this and paste it here. Click on next. We have already added Appwrite. We don't need to add this. Now just copy this code. Here we'll be creating a new folder. Name it as controllers. Here we'll be creating a new file. It will be our Appwrite controller .dart. Just paste this code. Here this will not be client. We need to set endpoint directly. Now this is our project ID that we have created. Now click on next. Go to dashboard. For authentication, we'll be using phone authentication. For that, inside settings, just make sure that phone authentication is on. By default, it stays on. Inside our Appwrite console, databases, here we are going to be creating a new database. Let's name it as Fast Chat Database. Here we'll be creating a new collection. Name the collection as UserData. First, here we would be needing to create some attributes. So let's create them. First attribute will be a type of string. It will be the user ID that gets automatically created. It can be a maximum of 120 length. So make it required. Then we'll be having the phone number. It will be also in form of string. The maximum can be of 15. Then will be our name of the user. So let it make it 100. And we will not make this required, because when the user creates a phone session, they don't get an option to store their name. So this value may be null. So for that reason, we are not adding required. Next will be the profile pic. You just make it as 200. Also make this non-required. Then we'll be storing the device token. Let's make it as 200. Also make it not required. And last, we will be having a boolean is online. Default value, let's make it as false and click on create. Now we have total 6 attributes. If we go to the Appwrite documentation for phone login, here we will find that for creating a new account using phone login, in that case, we need to use this function and provide the user ID and the phone number. So this is okay if the user does not have any account, but if the user is an existing user, in that case, instead of this id.unique, we need to provide the actual user ID of that existing user. So for that case, we need to store that user ID in some place so that we can retrieve the data and pass the user ID to this function. And for our login, we need to use account.update phone session, and here we need to again pass the user ID along with the secret 6-digit OTP. So let's implement this. But first, we need to write a function so that we can store our user data inside our user database. We have already created a database and as well as a user data collection. So here we are copying the database ID and here we'll create const string db and assign the database ID that we have copied. Here we'll create another string of our user collection and we'll assign the collection ID of user data. Now if we do any changes, then we can easily replace this ID and it will work fine. It will not have any problem. So here first let us write a function to store the phone number and the user ID of the specific user to database. So it will be save phone number to database. This will happen only one time while creating a new account. So let's make it a feature. Save phone to DB. Here will be expecting you to pass string phone number and string user ID. Make it async. And here we'll be using try catch to handle any exceptions. So here, before creating the function, initialize our databases and account. So first we'll use account is equal to account and provide the client variable that we have created. And here we'll be having our final databases. Just name it as databases. And here we need to pass the client. Now here we can create a new variable like response. It will be await databases dot create document. Here we need to pass the database ID and we are storing the database ID in DB. So just try DB and the collection ID we are also storing it in user collection. So just type user collection. Document ID, so let it be the user ID because it will be unique every time. And here in data, we have already set the attributes of user data. Now we'll be only requiring the user ID and phone number. We'll be only requiring the user ID and phone number. That is compulsory for now. So here, the data that will pass will be our phone number. And it will be the phone number that we are passing to the function and the user ID that we are also receiving from the function. And after we have done everything, we can print the response here. And here we can return true that the data has been saved successfully inside database. Else we can catch or we can also provide on Appwrite exception. Here we can print cannot save to user database, and here we can provide the error why it's not happening. You will return false. So let's specify the return type as boolean. When we are sending an OTP, we'll create a new account and store it inside our database so that we can get the user ID from the phone number the user is going to enter. Here, we need to also write a function to check whether the phone number exists in database or not. So according to that, if we are able to check whether the phone number exists in database or not, we'll be able to function that either we need to create a new account or use an existing account. So for this, it will be a feature return type of string function. Let's name it as check phone number. Here we'll be expecting string phone number to be passed make it async, and here we'll also use try catch. First, we'll declare a match user. It will be a return type of document list. This document list is from Appwrite models.app, and here we'll use databases dot list document. The database ID will be DB. Collection ID will be our user collection, and here we need to also pass queries. So queries will be list of queries. It's expecting list of string queries. So first one will be query dot equals to our attribute name was phone underscore no, and value will be equal to the phone number that we're receiving. Now, if it's returning, now since we are storing every phone number in our database, then it will return either one or more than one result. So for that, the result is inside match user. Now here we can add the logic. If match user dot length or dot total is greater than 0, it means that it's an existing user. Then in that case, we will use document. This is also from Appwrite models user. It will be our match user dot documents, and let it enter the first item of the list. And here we'll just add one more check. If user dot data phone number is not equal to null, in that case we can return the user ID of that user, like return user dot data user ID. So if phone number is not equal to null, here we are doing an additional check to verify that phone number is not empty or null. Here we can add also one more check, or is empty. In that case, if it's not empty and not null, then we can return the user ID. With the help of this user ID, we can create new phone session. And else, if it does not exist, then we'll first print that no user exists on DB. And we'll also return something like user not exist. So if total is not equal to 0, this condition has been done. Now, in any other case, we'll be also returning the same thing, that else no user not exist. And in case of any exception, we are going to catch it. So catch on Appwrite exception, we need to catch a error and print error on reading database. Now if we keep printing on every function, then it will be easier for us to debug. For that reason, we are printing it. And here also we can return user not exist. We'll be creating the function to create a phone session, or you can say send OTP to the phone number, which make it a future return type of string. Create phone session. We will require the string phone number. Let it name it as phone variable. Let's name it as phone, and here we will try to get the user ID. If it's an existing user, we'll get the user ID, otherwise we'll not get a user ID. By calling this function, this will check and verify our database. Now here we will declare a final user ID variable. It will use await check phone number, and here will pass the phone. User ID will be a return type of string. it will either give the user ID of the current user, otherwise it will return user not exist. So if the user ID is equal to user not exist, then user does not exist. In that case, we need to create a new account. Here it will be a return type of token, creating a variable data. Use old account dot create font token. So this one is font create font token. It's same as the create create font session because the name of the function has changed because I am using the latest version of Appwrite and the docs contain the older version documentation. So for that reason, it will be create font token, and for the user ID, since we are not receiving any user ID, then we will not use user not exist. Instead, we'll use id.unique to uniquely create an user ID. And then after we are creating the user ID, we also need to save that user ID to our database. Otherwise, we will not be able to know. So here we'll save the new user to user database or user collection. So here we are mainly creating a new account. You will call save phone to DB. You will pass the phone number and the data variable that we are using. The user ID will be inside data dot user ID. The data is this variable, the response that is coming from create phone token, and from there it will contain the user ID. So that's first the user ID, and here after our phone session is done, we will return that data dot user ID, and if user is an existing user, in that case we'll use else. So here also the logic will be same. Just copy this. Instead of creating new account, we will phone token to existing user, create phone token for existing user, and for user data, this will be the user ID that we are receiving in form of string, and then you will return data.user ID. In case of any error, we will catch and print error on creating session. Also print the error, and we will return login underscore error. Now, if we call this function and pass the phone number, it will first check inside our database that whether the phone number exists or not. If it does not exist, it will create a new phone session by using a unique user ID. Else, if it's an existing user, then it will use the same user ID and create a phone token. In create a phone token is mainly where we send a 6-digit OTP to the phone number that the user has provided to us, and then we need to also accept the OTP and create a new session. So here we need to write a function to login with OTP. So make it future, return type of old, login with OTP. Here we need to pass the string secret. Here we need to pass the OTP and the string user ID, make it async. You will try first. You will accept a session. So here we are creating a session. It will be await account dot update phone session. Here the user ID will be the user ID and the secret will be our OTP. You will return the session. Here, if everything is correct, then we will return true. If everything is correct, we'll return true. And here we can also print session dot, can print anything like session dot user ID, and else we can, in case of any exception, we can catch it and return false. You can also print error on login OTP and the error. So now we have written the functions for storing and reading the database. Here inside Appwrite controller, we should write one more logic to check whether the session exists or not. By this, we can verify either we should redirect the user to the login page or the home page directly every time the user opens the app. So here we need to write that logic for checking session. Let's name it as future. It will be a return type of boolean check sessions. Here we don't need to pass anything. Inside try catch final session will be await account dot get session. You need to pass the session ID is current, and if we're able to get the session ID, then in that case we'll return session exist, then return true. Else, if session does not exist, we can catch it and return false session dot ID. Now we need to call this function to get the value of true or false, either session exists or not. Here inside our main.dart file, we'll write another stateful widget to check user sessions. Inside our build, we will be having a scaffold and a body that will be having a center. Child will be a circular progress indicator. Inside this check user sessions init state, we will be calling the check session function that we have defined, and then we will be getting a value either true or false depending upon that value. If the value is true, means if it's true, if value means if true, then we are getting the value. In that case, we'll use navigator dot push mean and remove until. You need to pass the route. So if the value is true, then we'll redirect the user to home page, so it will be our home route. Else, we will be navigating the user to our login page, so it will be our login route. So now here this phone login will be inside our login route, and the home page will be inside our home route, and our root route will be check sessions, user sessions. So now if we try to restart the application, then it's showing a circular progress indicator, and then it is redirecting us to the login page directly, because check user session will be returning a value of false. So here we can also print that session does not exist. Please log in. We'll find that its coming session does not exist. Please log in, and we are getting redirected to the login page. So now here it's giving a suggestion to add this inside our Android manifest.xml. So let's do it inside Android manifest.xml. Here you can add this. Now this warning will go. Now let's link the phone authentication part with this UI. It was inside our phone login.dart file. Here for the first time when we are pressing this button. In that case, we will validate the text form field and call the create form session function that we have created. So here we'll use create form session, and here we need to pass the phone number. Remember that the country code plus the full phone number. Our phone number will be country code plus phone controller dot text, the phone number that we are expecting as controller from the text form field. After we are creating a phone session, we'll get some value in response. It will be either the user ID or error. So we don't know that what user ID will be returned, but we know if it fails, it will return value of login error. So we can verify if value not equal to login error, it means that it's correct, user ID has been returned. So we'll be needing this show dialog step. It will be till here. So just copy it and it will be here. If it's not error, then we will be showing the display or show dialog. But if it's error, in that case, but if it's a login error, in that case, after this one, we will be using else. We use scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar. You will show a snack bar. Content will be text. Field to send OTP. So now it's okay. Now if we try, first it will not work for validation, and here it will create the session and it will return the user ID, and here it will open an alert dialog, and then here it's asking for the OTP. Here it will be asking for the 6-digit OTP, and after that here we are performing the validation. Here we'll be using the other logic. Now here we'll be using the update phone session logic. So here we can create a function outside this so that we can understand it better. Here let's create a function. It will be void and OTP submit. Here we'll be needing the string user ID, and we will be also requiring to pass the context. So just use context. So the validation that we are using here, just copy it here. Here we'll be doing everything. First, starting from the validation, we will use login with OTP. Here we need to pass the OTP. The OTP will be inside our OTP controller dot text, and user ID will be the user ID that we are expecting to pass to this function, and then it will either return true or false. So depending upon that, we can identify whether the user has entered correct OTP or not. So here, if we are getting a value and value is true, means it's valid. In that case, we'll use navigator, push named and view button to redirect the user to our home page. Else, we'll show this same snack bar. If value is not true, means it's false, then we'll show the same snack bar, and here it will be saying, or we can say login page. And here we will pass this handle submit. When we are pressing the on press button here we'll call handle submit. Here we pass the user ID. Create phone session will return the value either login error or the user ID. So the user ID will be the value, and context will be the build context where the widget is getting built. Now it's okay. Let's try to restart our application. And now let's try to log in. Here, let's try to fill with a phone number. So here the OTP is sent it. For that reason, it's opening the OTP box, but it is not able. Here, if you notice, it is not able to. It's saying user unauthorized to perform correct actions because we have not given the permission inside our Appwrite collection. In settings, we need to give the permission that any user can create, read, and all the users can either create, read, update, and delete. So now, if we try to send the OTP again, here it's saying instance of document. It means that it has created a new user ID and we have stored in our database. Now let's try to check our user data. Here we are getting the user ID. Here we are getting the user ID, phone number, and everything is null and false. And here, if we enter the OTP, then we are getting navigated to our home page. And now, if we try to restart, so it's working. Now let's also check our auth. Here you can find that the phone number of the user, and it's also saying that the phone number is verified. Now if we copy the user ID, and you can find that it's somewhat 34C. Just verify with our database that correct user ID is getting saved. Yes, correct user ID is also getting saved. Now if we try to restart, it should take us to the home page. Let's see what's happening. Yes, it's redirecting us to the home page. It means that check sessions is working correctly. Here we have a logout button. Now here inside our Appwrite controller, let us write a function to log out the user and delete session. So it will be future logout user. We don't need to pass anything in this function. You will use await account or delete session, and session ID will be current session. Now let's link it with this logout button. So it's inside our profile page. When the user presses this logout button on tab, we call logout user and navigate the user to the login page. It's a navigator push named and remove wanted to our login page. So let's try to log out. So we have written the spelling of login wrong. Now let's try to restart. Now let's try to log out. Here we are getting log out and we are redirecting to the user to the login page. Now let's restart. Yes, it's also deleting the existing user session. For that reason, it is redirecting us to the login page first. Now, what we want to do here, first, the users will log in using their phone number, and after that, they will enter the OTP, and then they will not get redirected to homepage directly, but first, they need to add their profile picture and profile name, and after that, they will be able to move to the home route. So let's work on that. Now here, for storing the user data inside our device, we will be using shared preferences to store small amount of data, and we have also installed shared preferences dependency. But for accessing data throughout our application, we need to use some kind of state management, and for that state management, we'll be using provider. So here we need to start writing some logic for providers and shared preferences so that we can access the user data that we are saving inside our device directly and easily in all widgets of our application. Here, inside our left folder, we'll create a new folder, we'll name it as providers. We'll be creating a new file, name it as user data provider dot. And inside our controllers, here we'll be writing a function called local saved data dot dart. Here we'll be writing all the logic for writing and reading the data from our local storage using shared preferences. First, here we'll be creating a class of local saved data. Here we'll create a static shared preferences variable. It may be a null value, so for that reason we are making it nullable by adding question mark. First, we need to initialize. We will use static future return type of void. It will be init. So it will be a massing function. So we'll use preferences await shared preferences dot get instance, and here we are initializing the get instance to our preferences. Now we need to save the user ID, username, user phone number, and user profile picture. So these are the four things that we are willing to save inside our local device storage. So let's write those functions to save the user ID first. It will be static future void save user ID. We need to pass the ID, make it async. We use await preferences dot set string. We use string because we are setting string value. Let the key be user ID and the value will be the ID that we're passing. This is for saving, and now we need to write the function for read the user ID. We static string get user ID. We will use return preferences dot get string, and the name of the key was user ID. And if it's not there anything, then we'll return empty string. Similar to this one, we need to create another function. It will be for to see user name. So it will be save 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 user username, and we will be expecting the name to be passed. So it will be name. ID will be for the key, let itself name, and it will be also name. So we need to write another function for saving the user phone number. It will also be in form of string. So let's see user phone, get user phone. So this will be phone, and key will be also phone. And one more function, it will be to save user profile picture and read profile picture. So it will be profile. So now we have write the function for reading and writing. Now we have written the function that will save the data to our shared preferences, and from there we can read the data using shared preferences. We need to also write another function that will clear all the saved data. In case of logout, we'll use this function that is clear all data. Use preferences dot clear, and it is also print that clear all data from local. Now when the user logouts, we also need to call this function so that it clears all the existing data. And during login, we start with the fresh data. So we need to first initialize this function. If it's not initialized, then it will not work. So just close the app, and here inside our main.dart file, here before our run app, here we'll call widget flutter binding dot ensure initialized, and here we'll call await. So we need to make this in sync, otherwise await will not work. Await local save data dot init to initialize our shared preferences. Now we are initializing our shared preferences when we are running our main app, my app stateless widget. So now we need to write the provider's logic, because if we read once, we'll be storing those data inside our providers so that we can access the data anywhere inside our app instantly. So for that, in user provider, we'll write the functions. Here we'll first create a class of user data provider extends change notifier, and then we'll store use underscore user ID. Underscore means it's private and this variable cannot be accessed outside this class. So we need to write a get function to access all of them. So first will be our user ID, then will be our user name, then user profile, pick will be user phone number, and user device token. Now we need to write all of this function string get user ID will send the user ID. When we call this get user ID function, we'll send the user ID, and similar to this, like to get user name, we'll pass the user name, and for profile user profile, we'll pass user profile pick user number, we'll pass user phone number, and if we call user device token or user token, will pass user device token, because these variables are not accessible directly. For that reason, we need to declare a get function so that we can access these variables outside our provider class. We write the function to load the data from the local shared preferences. Let's name the function as load data from local. So our user ID will be local save data dot get user ID. Username will be, so will be required putting username plus user phone number because those are required. Will be local save data dot get user phone, and then the others like username will be local save data dot get username. User profile pic will be local save data dot get profile user profile. Now we don't need to load our device token because every time we run our app, new device token gets automatically generated. After we are saving the value from the local database, we need to notify our listeners so that it notifies all the places where we are accessing these variables. So now we need to write this function for setting the variable. Here we are loading the variable. Now let's write three functions to set the variable. Set user ID. Let's name it as void set user ID. We'll pass this string ID underscore user ID will be the ID, and we'll also save it inside our local database. So use local save data dot save user ID, and here we'll pass the ID. Next, similar to this function, we'll have one more save user phone. We'll be saving set user phone. We'll pass the phone. We'll use user phone to the phone number, and also you will save phone number inside our local database. We need to notify the listeners after we are saving. So we use notify listeners, and again more two functions. Save the username, we will set username, we will pass the string name, and username will be the name, and local save data or set username, we are setting the name, and we need to also notify the listeners. Two more left. First is set profile pic of user. We will void set profile pic. We will get the picture, and user profile pic will be the pic, and local save data for save user profile will pass the picture, and notify our listeners. And last, we will be just setting the device token, but we will not be saving the device token to our local shared preferences. So set device token. It will involve set device token. You will accept the token, and you will assign user device token to the token, and then we will notify listeners. We have not written the function to save it locally, and we also don't need to save it locally because it will change very frequent. Now we have written all the functions. Now for using provider inside our main.bat, we need to do some changes. So since we'll be using several providers, for that reason, we need to use multi-provider. So here, we will wrap our material app with a widget. And here, the name of the widget will be multi-provider. This multi-provider is from the provider package. Since we'll be using multiple providers, for that reason, we are using multi-provider. Otherwise, we could have used change mode. Now we'll be using providers. So here we'll be using change notify provider, and here we need to create it. So it will be context user data provider. Now user data provider will be accessed anywhere within our app. Now we need to start setting logic. Now we need to start saving data inside our local database using the providers, which we will not save the data directly using shared preferences, but instead we will be using providers, and providers will be saving the data using shared preferences. When we are using phone login, so on our phone login, when we are calling handle submit here, if our value is true, it means login is successful. In that case, we should start saving our data inside our local shared preferences dot of context. Listen will be false, and here we need to also provide the return type. The return type will be user data provider, and then we'll use set user ID. So the user ID will be the user ID that we are passing to this function. Then we will be also setting our phone number, set phone number, and the phone number is inside our phone controller.text, loading the data from our local database using shared preferences. Here we need to write one more function to load the data from our Appwrite database user collection. So first we need to write a logic inside our Appwrite controllers. Load user. So before loading the data, it will be better that we create another model. So the name of the model will be user underscore data dot task. So here we'll be creating a class of user data. It will have a string that can be null, name, final string phone. This will be required. Final string user ID. This will also be required. Final string profile pic. This is not required. We can make it nullable. And then we'll be having device token and whether the user is online or not. But this will be boolean, and it is also nullable because it may be null. Now here we need to initialize the variables. So let's use first will be we can use this option. It will initialize the parameters. It will initialize the variables. Now both of them are required. Rest are not required. Now, since we will be getting the data in form of document that is a type of Appwrite model, we need to convert that data to the form of user data. So we need to write another function that will convert document data to user data. So here we'll be creating a factory widget user data or to map. We'll be expecting a map of string comma dynamic map, and we'll be returning user data. The phone number. Now let's just check our Appwrite attributes, what we have. So first we'll be having the user ID. User ID will be inside map of user ID. If there's nothing, we can enter empty string. phone number will be inside map, and the key was phone underscore number. Make sure that you write the key correctly, otherwise it might give some error. So I will say you directly, uh, I will say that you can directly copy the attributes from Appwrite console, so it will be more easier. The name will be inside map name. If nothing is there, we will set to empty string. Then device token will be inside device underscore token. So this is the data, the device token. Else we'll set empty string. Last we have is online. It will be inside map is online. If we don't get anything, we will set false. And then we have profile pic, that is profile underscore pic. Profile underscore pic. If we don't have anything, we will set to empty string. Now we need to call this function user data to map and then pass the document data that we have in form of string comma dynamic map, and then we will map the data to the user data format. So now we have written the logic. So here inside our Appwrite controllers, now we can write the function to load our user data. It will be a type of feature user data. It may be null, so we are adding a question mark. It may be null, either the user may exist or may not exist. We don't know. For that reason, we are making it nullable. Then get user details. We are required to pass the string user ID, make it async. Here we'll use try catch to handle any exception. So final response will be await databases dot get document. Database ID will be our DB that we have specified earlier. Collection will be our user collection, and document ID will be the user ID of the user that we are set, that we are receiving from your user. So just make it user ID to make it more better. Now here we will return user data, user data, user data dot to map, and here we'll pass the response dot data, because data is inside response dot data. Let's also print response dot data so that we can identify what data is coming. Print getting user data, and in case of exception we'll return null, and we'll also print error in getting user data, and also print the error. So now we can call this get user details function inside our Appwrite, inside our user data provider here. So let's name the function as void load user data, and here we'll pass the user ID. Just make it async because the function may take some time to execute. So here we'll be getting user data, user data, variable name is user data, and here we'll call get user details function that we have recently created, and here we need to pass our user ID, so it's okay. So since it's a nullable function, it can either return user data or may not. For that reason, if we make this user data nullable, then it will work. So if user data is not equal to null, it means it has loaded user data. In that case, we can set the username user data dot user dot name. We need to since the value may be null, so we can assign empty string. Then like this, we can do it for everything. Like user profile pic will be user data dot user profile pic. We will be setting it to empty string if it's not available. So we only need to load these two datas. Other datas are not required, like the device token will be generated every time, and phone number and user ID. While logging in, we are already getting this data from the user, so rest data we don't need it. Now we can notify our listeners. So we only need to load these two datas. Now, here inside our main.bat file, if we go by the logic first, we are redirecting the user to the login page, and from login, we are redirecting it to the home page. But now we'll redirect them to the update page after login, and here they will be asked to fill their details like add profile picture and their name. If they have an existing account, then the existing profile picture and the existing profile name will be shown. For that reason, we have created the function load user data to load the other details of the user like profile picture and phone number. So here, if we do our phone login, then our next page will be our update page instead of the home page. So here, what we are going to do, so for that, what we are going to do, since we are using routes, then for passing data within from one widget to another, we need to use model route. For that, let's create a final map for string dynamic variable. Let's name it as data passed. It will be model route dot of context dot settings dot arguments, and we need to convert it to a type of map string dynamic. And here inside the data passed, we'll be passing the data. Suppose when we are doing login, like from here, we are redirecting the user to the update page, and also we need to pass arguments that let the title to the let the title let it be add. Now if we log in, then we will be redirected to the update page, and from here we are sending the title as add inside our update page. So what we can do here if data passed slash title is equal to edit, in that case it will be update, else it will be add details, and we are going to be using this variable numerous time in this widget. Now for using provider, we need to make this scaffold reactive. For that reason, we need to add this with a consumer so that it can listen to any changes. So here we'll use consumer. This consumer is from provider.dart. Here we need to provide builder, and builder will be having context value and child. So it is simple, just we need to, instead of this child, here we will be returning scaffold, and just this closing braces will be after the scaffold, and add a semicolon. Now we have wrapped it with the consumer. We need to also specify what type of consumer is it. It will be a consumer of user data provider. If we have any change in consumer of user data provider, then it will update the UI. So here, let us first log in. Let's try to send OTP. And let's enter the OTP. So on submit, we are getting redirected to the update page. Now, currently in check sessions, we are redirecting the user to the home page if they are logged in. But currently, we will just redirect them to the update page and also pass arguments of title to add. Now, if we restart our application, you will find that it is redirecting us after check session to the add details page. And here, what we want to do that if the user is an existing user, then we are going to load all the details here. And if the user is not an existing user, then we will ask the user to put the details. Suppose the phone number in our update profile page here in our init state. So here we are reading the user data provider. We need to assign some text editing controllers to this two text form fields. For that, let's declare some text editing controller. First one will be our name controller. And second one will be our phone controller. And here, when we are calling user data provider, then we have access to all of the provider values. From here, we will set the value of name controller dot text to value dot get username. And if this is a new user, it will be returning empty string. And phone controller dot text will have the value of get user phone number. Now if we save, let's try to restart. Now we need to also load the data when it's our init state. Currently we are not loading the data because first time, since we are accessing the data using provider. So here we need to first call this load data from local function so that it loads the data from local database. So in our update page, here we'll have init state, and here we will load the data from the provider. Try to load the data from local database. So we will be calling provider of context. Here we need to tell the return type will be of user data provider dot load data from local. So inside our init state, it will try to load the data from local and set all these user IDs. Now if we try to restart our application, it's going to the check session page. And here we also need to listen to false, otherwise it will give an error. Let's try to restart again. Now we are getting that its widgets need to be rebuilt once. We are calling both of them at equal time. For that reason, what we can do, we can use future dot delay duration of seconds duration of 0, and after that we can process this function. Now let's try to restart it. Here we can also print after we are loading the data from locally. After we are loading here we can print to debug that data loaded from local dollar user ID dollar user dollar user phone number and dollar user name. So with this, we will be able to identify what data we have already saved inside our local database. Now here we are getting the user ID, user phone number. So currently we are not able to set the value of phone editing controller because name is not there but the phone number is there. And we are also doing one mistake, I think, that we are saving the phone text editing controller dot text. It will be country code plus phone text editing controller. Otherwise, it will not save the country code. Currently, we are only saving with the phone number. So here in our text form field, we need to also assign the controllers. First, this one will be our name controller. This one will be our phone controller. Now, if we try to restart, we'll find that our phone is showing and it's disabled. We cannot change our phone number. Now, when we click on this circle avatar, it should show us the option to upload a new image for profile. So for that, here in our update page, so for that, inside our Appwrite console, here we need to visit storage. Here we need to create a new bucket. It will be our images bucket. First, we need to write the function, and inside settings, make sure to add permission that any user can create read and all users can create read, update and delete. So the maximum size limit for free account is 50 MB. So just set 50 MB and update it, and also update this permission. Now it's okay. Just copy the storage bucket ID. We'll be needing this. Inside our Appwrite controller.dart, here let us also define const string storage bucket to the value that we have copied. We will be providing three options to the user. First, they can upload images to the database. They can update, and when they are updating the image, we should be also deleting the existing image. So for that, let us write the logic here. Upload and save image to storage bucket. So let's make a future return type of string. Make it nullable. Value may be null. The name of the function is save image to bucket. Here we will be needing a input file image, and this input file is from Appwrite input file.dart. Make it async and always use try catch to handle any exception. You will make final response is equal to await storage. So first we need to initialize storage here. Final storage will be storage client. Now we can access storage within our code. It will be storage dot create file. You need to provide the bucket ID. It will be the storage bucket, file ID and file name. So here we need to pass the file, the image file is a type of input file, and file ID every time we upload or create a new image, we will generate a new ID. So use id.unique. So this will mainly create new image, and here we will be getting some response ID, and that is required because we are going to be storing that response ID inside our Appwrite database. So here it will return $ID, and this is the image ID that has been created. Here we can also print the response after saving to bucket. In case of exception, we can print error on saving image to bucket, and also the error. Here return null in case of error. So now this is how we are going to be uploading the image to our storage bucket. Now we need to also write the function where we are loading the data, user data. We need to also write the function to update the user data. So make it future update user details. Here, what are the things that we will be allowed to update? First one will be our string picture. Then we will be required to pass the string user ID, and here we don't need to make it required, but we can also update the string name, make it async. Here use try catch. Final data is equal to await databases dot update document. Database ID will be our DB. Collection ID will be our user collection, and document ID was our user ID. And what data do we need to update? We provide that if name is there. Now let's make name as required and picture is not required, because we don't want, if user is not willing to update picture, then we cannot force them to add pictures. So here we can just pass name as required. Picture is not required, but user ID and name both are required. So name will be the name that we are receiving, and profile picture, it was profile underscore pic, will be pic. And then after we have done, set our username and profile picture inside our local database. So for that we'll use provider, and we cannot pass context here because it's not under build context. So what we can do, so here in our main.dart file, we can create a navigator context. Your final navigator key will be a type of global key of navigator state, and also here in our material app, we can pass the navigator key as this navigator key. Now we can access this navigator key. Instead of passing context, we can pass navigator key or current context, and here we need to add listen is equal to false. Since we are using the provider of user data provider, so we need to mention which type of return type we are accepting. And here first we will set the name. So we will set username. Name will be the name that we are passing to this function. And similar to this, we will be also setting our profile picture. Picture will be the picture that we are passing to this function. If we are not passing anything like empty string, then it will be an empty string set inside our local database. After that, we can print we can print the response that we are getting. It was inside data, and here we can return true catch. On Appwrite exception, we can catch error and print cannot save to db, return false. Here we can set the return type as boolean, and also pass the error. So now it's okay. Now the user may update the image. So we need to also first direct update is not possible. So first we need to delete the image, and after that we need to create a new image. So for updating an image, update an image in bucket. So first we need to delete, then create new. So let's create a future string, make it nullable, update image on bucket. Here we will be required to pass string of old image ID, required string, required input file of file, input file of image. So now make it async, and here first step will be to delete the old image. So we use await storage or delete file. Bucket ID will be our storage bucket. File will be our image. No, here we need to provide the file ID. So file ID will be our old image ID. Now after deleting, we need to create a new image. So here we need to create a new image. So what we can do, here we can call the save image to bucket function to use final new image b save image to bucket this function, and here we are passing the image, and then we will return the new image. So we need to wrap this with try catch, because any exception may happen. Print cannot update slash delete image, return null. So new image will return image ID, otherwise it will return null. So that's simple. Now we can also write the function to only delete the image from the storage bucket. So this one will be also similar to this function, but here we'll be only deleting. So delete image from bucket. Here, here we will be only deleting the image, and after that we'll return true, else we'll return false, and make it a return type of boolean. Now here we don't need to pass the input image. Here we are passing old image, and instead of this function calling multiple number of times, we can call delete image from bucket, and here we need to pass the old image. Just we are using the function. Now it's okay. Now let's add the functionality so that when the user press this circle avatar, it should open a file picker. So inside our update page, update profile, here we need to start with opening the file picker. First, we need to write the function to open file picker. Let's name it void open file picker. Make it async. Here we'll be getting a file picker result. It may be available or may not, so make it nullable. The name of the variable will be result. Await file picker dot platform dot pick files. You will need to provide the type. Type will be file type dot image. Here we also need to declare a variable outside. It will be file picker result. It may be null, so make it nullable. File picker result. And when we have picked the result, we will set the state and assign underscore file picker result to the result that we have picked from our file picker. We need to call this function when we press this circle avatar. So this is the circle avatar, and we will be adding a gesture detector in the stack widget, because if they also press this edit icon, it should be also opening the file picker. So here we need to wrap it with a widget with the gesture detector, and on tap will be opening file picker. Now let's test it. So when we are pressing the circle avatar as well as the edit button, it's opening us the file picker and it's asking us to pick files. Here currently the user profile is empty, so we are showing the user PNG, but we will not do this every time. User icon, we can set a background color to colors dot gray dot shade 200. Now it will not be visible since we are rendering an image above it. So here background image, if the user have picked some images from gallery, then it will be available inside of file picker result. So we'll use that. The file picker result is not equal to null, it means user has picked some image. So here will be use that image. Image will be a file image, and here we'll be using file. Here we'll be using file, and this file is from dart.io, and the path will be file picker result dot files dot first dot path dot image, and also add a colon here. Now let's try to pick an image. So now as you can see, when we are picking this image, it's acquiring this and it's changing the image. Currently we are showing this user profile icon, so it's better to not show anything. Let's try to restart. Instead of showing user profile icon, we will show a gray box like this. So now if we try to change the image, yes, we are able to update the image. Now let's work on the part where we can upload the image and save it to our bucket and database both. So here we need to write the function feature upload profile image. make it async. Here we'll use try. If our file picker result is not equal to null and file picker result dot files is not empty, in that case only we'll first we'll create a new variable platform file. It will be file. Here will be use underscore file picker result dot files dot first add a null check here and final file bytes will be await file. You need to provide the file path dot read as bytes because it accepts in bytes, so we need to convert it to bytes first and then final input file. It will be of input file. This type is from Appwrite from bytes. Here we need to provide the bytes. It was our file bytes where we are converting it to bytes, and the file name will be inside file dot name. Now we have created the input file. Now we need to simply, if we call the function that we have written in our Appwrite controller, it will create a new file. If it's a new user, it will not have any problem. But if it's an existing user, then we need to update the image. So for that, we need to first check if it is an existing, or instead of existing user, we need to check if image already exists for the user profile or not. According to it, if first we need to get the existing image ID. So here we need to declare a string image ID. Let's set it to empty string for now, and also it may be null in our init state. Here we are loading the data from local. After loading the data, we can set the image ID to this provider, and it will be dot get profile user profile will provide us the profile picture that we have already saved inside our local database. So if we have saved the image inside our local database, then we will be getting the image ID. It means that it's, since we are getting the image ID, it is saved inside our storage bucket. For that reason, we'll be getting some value. If we are not getting, then it means that we don't have any image stored. Also make it late because we don't know. It may take time to initialize. Here we'll be also needing the user ID. So here we can get user ID to, first we're setting it to empty string. Like our previous one, we'll be also setting our user ID. We'll get this data locally using provider get user ID. Now we will write the function here if image ID is not equal to null, and then image ID is not equal to empty string. In that case only, in that case, it means that some image already exists in our local storage. If it is existing in our local storage, it means we have uploaded some image. For that reason, we have stored some string inside our local storage. For that reason, now we can update the image. Then update the image, update image on bucket, and here we need to provide the image will be our current image, and here we need to provide the old image ID. Old image ID will be the image ID that we have already saved. Just add a null check here. We also need to save the image inside our database. For that, after we are saving, or here when we are updating the image, we are returning new image, and new image is the image ID. So here, what we are going to do, then if value is not equal to null, it means we are returning, we have successfully saved the image, and now we can assign image ID the value of the image that we have received. This is the new image ID. So if this condition is satisfied, then we are going to update the image, else we are going to create new image and upload. So here we'll be simply using else. We'll use await, save image to bucket. Image will be our input file, and also similar, we'll be returning some value. So if value is not equal, we can copy this. If value is not equal to null, we'll set the image ID to this one, and after that we'll. So if our platform file picker is null, here we are handling it, but here we can also add another statement. If this condition is there, it means file is uploaded. Otherwise, we can just print went something went wrong, and also add a catch, print error on loading image, also the error. Now we need to call this upload profile image function when we press this button, and we need to also upload the user name. So for that, what we can do, since we are not making the profile image compulsory, we will be adding some validation inside our name controller here, like a validator that if value is empty, in that case we will return cannot be empty, else we will return null. So we need to wrap this with a form, otherwise it will not provide the validation. And we'll be also needing a key. Let's define our name key. Final underscore name key will be a type of global key of form state. I'm going to use this name key here, and when we press this button, it should first validate the key with name key dot current state dot validate. Now if we press upload, it will say cannot be empty. So now here, suppose the user has only entered the name, not the profile picture. In that case, we'll not be uploading the profile picture. We'll be only saving the name. So here we need to write such kind of logic, like first we'll check upload the image, if file is picked, if underscore file picker result is not equal to null, it means user has picked some image. We'll first upload the image. So for that we'll use await. First we need to make this async, and here we'll use await upload profile image, and after that we will save the data to database user collection. So use await. We will use that function to update our name and profile pic. It's update user details. So we'll use this function, update user details. So here we need to pass the pic. Pic was inside our image ID. So make it null. So here instead of making it null, we can pass empty string. That will be more better. And User ID will be this user ID. Also add a null check here, and name will be our underscore name controller dot text. Now in this way we'll be uploading the profile picture as well as the image. Let's try to update user database, and let's try to give some name like John. So here we are getting instance of document, save username to local, save profile to local. Now let's verify with our document. Now here it's also saving the name. Now let's try to upload a profile picture. Now let's update it. Now here we are getting response saved to bucket and instance of file. Now let's try to verify with our user data. Yes, we are getting a profile picture ID. Let's check our storage inside image bucket. Yes, the image is also getting saved. Now it's okay if we upload only, if we only save the username, then it's also able to handle. And if we upload both name and profile picture, then it's also being able to handle. So here this will not be update because the first time when the user is entering the details, it will not be update. We can use this logic, data pass. Here we'll be using that same logic. If data pass is here, then we'll add details. Instead of add details, it will be better if we try to continue. So now it's okay. Now here we are updating the details. After that, when everything is completed, navigate the user to the home route. Here we'll be using navigator dot push name and remove until. We'll provide the route. It will be home route. So now it's okay. Now if we click on continue, so it's okay. So now let's try to verify whether it created a new image file or not. You'll find that it didn't create a new image file, it just updated the file. Now we need to also check whether the image is getting updated or not. Now here you can see that the current image is not showing and image ID is coming null. So we need to, inside our update page, we also need to call the image here. We are only using the file picker image, but the image may be there inside our database. So we need to handle that. We are not handling that here. So if our file picker result is not null, so it might happen that the user is an existing user and value is already there inside our database. So here we'll first get the image ID. Here we'll be getting our user profile. So if this is not equal to empty string and this value is not equal to null, in that case only we'll be using cache network image provider, and here we need to get the link. So just visit this URL, copy this link, this is the URL, and here you will notice that this is the file and this is the file ID. So here we'll be writing our value dot get profile, else will return null. Now you can see that we loaded this image from our Appwrite database. We are not using this. We are not using this from our file image. So now it's okay. Let's try to restart the app again. It's okay. Now let's try to modify the image. Let's click on continue. Now let's verify with our file. So you will find that the image is also getting deleted and new image is getting updated here inside our bucket. And also previous one was something like 6C8 and the name and profile picture are getting updated properly. So we are having no problem. Now, since we are saving the data inside our provider, then we can access the data anywhere inside our application very easily. But before that, one thing to note that we cannot, every time the user uh, closes and opens the app, we cannot first show them to set the update profile page because this will not be a good user interface. So for that, inside our check section, we can check that if the username exists, we are loading the username either from database or user is saving after they have filled the add details page. So here inside our init state, we can verify if username is there, means user had already filled the update profile page. So we don't need to show them the update profile page. So here we are going to write that logic so that it does not show the update profile page to the user. So here we'll be using provider dot of context of user data provider context. One lesson will be false, and here we'll be getting the username. So we need to store this somewhere. So this will user will be this. So after we are getting the value here, if user name is not equal to null and then user name is not equal to empty string, in that case we can navigate to the home page. We can navigate them to the home page. We don't need to pass. We will be navigating them to the update page. Now since we have saved some data, then if we try to restart the application, you'll find that it's taking us to the home page. So it's not working as it should work. So first let's just print the username. It's saying loaded data from local. Okay, so it's saying loaded data from local, but we are not loading it first. So first we need to load the data. For that, we need to call this function again, and here we need to call load data from local. If we are calling this load data from local inside our check session page, then there is no need to call it again here. Then there is no need to call it again because first we will be having our check sessions and after that it will move to this page. So it's better to call it here. Now let's try to restart. Since the widget is getting built, we cannot call it instantly. We need to wait for some time. So we'll use future.delay duration of 0 seconds. And then we can call this to load our data from local storage. After that, we'll be getting the username. And now let's try restart. Now you will find that we are getting redirected to our home page directly. Now here, since we are using provider, we can update our profile picture and the username and phone number, everything with the help of provider. So first, let's do that change in our homepage first. Here in our app bar, now we need to use consumer for notifying any changes and updating the UI. So we will not be using consumer inside this scaffold like our previous update page, update profile UI. Here we'll be using consumer in this gesture detector. So here we have a circle avatar, and our child will be using consumer. Here will be using a consumer. Consumer will be a type of user data provider. User data provider. Now here we need to provide builder. So builder will be this. Here will return the circular avatar that we are doing. So first we need to close the circular avatar and then close our consumer. So now it is looking like this. Here the background image will be depending upon the user profile image. If our value dot get profile is not equal to null, or value dot get user profile is not equal to empty string, only in that case we'll be using cache network provider. Here, here we can simply copy the code like we are doing inside our user data provider, inside user profile, update profile. Like this cache network image. Import cache network image. Now let's save it. Now you can see that the image got updated and it's also visible. Now also do that same thing for our profile page. Here for our profile page, we also need to add a consumer. Let's wrap it within the scaffold itself. Here we'll use consumer. Consumer will be a return type of user data provider. We need to also import consumer from provider.dart. Builder will be having builder. So we need to return. We'll be returning this full scaffold. Now our user data is accessible through our profile page UI. Here we can use that same logic for our background image like we have done in our home page. So if value.profile is search, then we'll use this, otherwise we'll use this. So let's replace it. Here we need to import cache network provider. Now our image got updated, and also we need to change our name to the value dot get user name, and here it will be value dot get user number. Since we have before we have not added the country code, now we have added, so it's only showing us the phone number. Now when we click on this, it's saying that map is not a subtype of string comma dynamic because we are not specifying the arguments when we are redirecting using navigator route. So here when we are navigating, we should provide arguments. Title will be edit. Now let's try to restart. Now as you can see that username is coming as empty string here, but when we are loading the data, so first username is coming empty string, but after loading the data, the username is coming this. So I think that we are calling the username before this function. For that reason, it's causing this problem. We can call this username after our check sessions. Here. Now if we try to restart, first our local data should load, and after that, yes, like our local data got loaded here, and then it's reading the username, and then it's working like this. Now if we click on update, it's showing update, and also it's showing us update here. Means the update profile is okay. Update profile works correctly. We don't need to worry about that. Now let's try to log out, and let's try to again log in and enter the OTP that is received. So now it's showing us the user profile pic and user name. So here, if we try to change it, like now you will find that the details is getting changed, and also the phone number is getting saved along with the country code. Now if we try to modify, then we'll find that the data is also getting updated and everything is working correctly. So now here we need to create one more account. Let's log out from here and let's try to create one more account. Let's try to send OTP and enter the new OTP. So as you can see, the phone number is different, but it's loading that data that is saved inside our database. So this is not right. So this is not right that when we are creating a new account, because both are different accounts, but it's still, if you find that it does not have a profile picture or name or anything, but still it's showing us the data that has been saved from our local database. So this is not right because we are not clearing the data when we are log outing the user. So for that, what we need to do inside our profile page, when the user press logout, we are calling the logout user function, as well as we need to call local save data or clear all data so that it clears all the data. So the function needs to have some time. So for that, let's make it async and then use await and also await. Now just stop the app, uninstall it, and run the app again. Let's try to log in. Enter the OTP. Now here we are getting Here we are asking the user to enter the details. Let's enter it. Now it's working. Let's try to log out. And here, if we clear the data, it should print that all data is cleared. Let's try to log out. So we need to make this async and use await, and then we can print all the data. Now let's try to log out. It's saying session does not exist. Now let's try to log in. So here it is not loading the data from the database. So we need to call the function first here inside our user profile provider dot context. It will be a return type of user data provider dot load user data. This will be loading the data from Appwrite database. So here we need to provide the user ID. So user ID will be received here, and listen will be also false. Now let's try to restart. So it's loading the image as well as the photo. Now we can click on continue. So let's enter the OTP. Now it's showing us the, no, it's not showing us the image. It's not showing us the image because we have saved the empty image. It's happening because we are setting it to empty string, and we are first we need to load the data from our Appwrite database, and after that we need to set the image ID, and we are doing it before. For that reason it was not working. Now let's try to restart it. For this, let's try to upload. Now it's okay. Let's try to log out. Now let's try to log in again. Now you can see that it's loading the image ID. So we need to do some modification. Otherwise it was not working, but it's okay. Now it's okay. Now for our search user page, what we want to do, when the user enters a phone number, we should search on our database the matching contact with that phone number, and if there exists an account, then the user will be able to see the list that how many matching contacts are there with that phone number that user has entered, and user can chat with that user. So to make this work, first inside our Appwrite controller, we will write another function. So let us write a function to search all the users from the database. So make it a future return type of document list. So this document list is from Appwrite models.r. So let's name the function as search users. Here we'll expect to pass string search item and string user ID, make it async, and here we will be handling try catch. We will be handling exception using try catch. So first we will use final document list of users. We will use await databases dot list documents. Here the database ID will be DB. Collection will be user collection, and we need to also specify the queries according to which the match will happen. Our queries will be first query dot search. We need to provide the name of the attribute. The name of the attribute was phone underscore no, and the value will be the search item that we are searching. And we don't want to show the phone number if the phone number matches the phone number of the user ID. So for that, we will ignore the phone number of the current user. So for that, what we can do, we can set query dot not equal phone number to user ID. So here we are telling that the phone number should not be equal to the phone number of the current user. Now it's done. Here we are going to be getting list of users, and from here we can print total matched users will be here. We are storing inside users dot total, and we need to also return the data. So for that, just return users. In case of any exception, we'll catch it. Just print error on searching users, and also the error return null. So we need to also make this nullable. Now it's okay. When we search for phone number in our search users page, it should show the matching list in this search user UI. So let's do this. Here inside our search users page, first we need a text editing controller. So it will be our search controller. It will be a text editing controller, and here we are going to be creating a new variable, late document list. It will be searched users. Let us initialize a document list of total -1, and documents will be an empty list for now. We are initializing with total of -1 so that if we get the total of -1, in that case we can show that enter something to search. If total is 0, means it's coming from the response of the search user. In that case we can show it's an empty list, and if it has more than 0 items, then we can show the users list. So here we need to add the controller, and this will be our search controller, and here we need to write a function that will handle the search. So let's make a void underscore handle search function. Here what we are going to do, here we need to call search users function. Here we need to pass the searched item. So search item was inside search controller dot text, and user ID will be inside provider dot off, will be inside provider dot off context, comma listen will be false. It will be a return type of user data provider dot get user ID. So now when we call search user, we are going to get results, means list of users. So in that case, then after we get any result, if our value is not equal to null, it means we are receiving some results. In that case, we can set the state and set the search users to the value that we are receiving. So if the value is not equal to null, it means in other cases, if the value is null, means in else case, we can set the state, set search users to document list, and total will be 0 and documents will be empty list. So in this case, what we can do here, so when we press the search button, in that case, instead of this icon, we can wrap this widget with an icon button, So icon will be this, and on press will be, oh, now let's not do anything. On press we will handle search. Here we can also use on submit, we can call handle search. So let's search with some value. So it's saying invalid query. I think we have written the attribute name incorrect. It will be phone number. Now let's try to search. Here we need to add the index of the attribute phone number of full text if we are willing to search within the number. So let's do that. Here inside our databases, past chart database, user data, here we need to visit indexes. Here we need to create a new index. So the attribute will be phone underscore no, and here the key type will be full text. Now let's create it. Now if we try to search, it's showing us the match users is 2. So this one, here we should not, instead of phone number, it should be user ID. It should be user ID instead of phone number. So now let's save it. And now let's try to search. So here we are getting one user. Now let's display the one user result that we are getting in our search user page. Here after our app bar ends, we'll start a body of scaffold, and here if search user dot total is equal to -1, in that case the user has not yet searched. So in that case we can show center child text, use the search box to search users, and else we'll check if search user dot total is equal to 0. In that case, we will show a center widget. Child will be text, no users found, and else we will show the data in form of list view builder. So here first we need to provide the item count. Item count will be search users dot, here we will not use search users dot total, instead we'll use documents dot length, and item builder will be context comma index. Here we'll return a circle, return a list type. So title will be text of search users dot documents index dot data, and it will be name. So here the name is coming. subtitle will be the phone number. So phone number is also shown, and leading will be circle avatar. Here we have background image. So if search users dot documents for each index dot data, and name will, and the attribute will be profile underscore pick. First we'll check if it's not equal to null and this is not equal to empty string. In that case, we will be returning a network image and URL. Let's copy the URL from here like we did in our home.app. Here we don't need to use cache network image. Network image will work fine. So here the profile value will be inside searched users dot documents, search users dot documents dot documents slash index dot data, and name will be profile underscore pick, and else will show the image. Image will be asset image, and the file name was inside assets slash user dot png dot image. So now it's okay. Now here we are also getting the image. Now it's okay. If we search the phone number, it's showing us the users list that is available. It's also skipping the current user phone number. Now if we click on this, it should open the chat window of the specific user. So currently we have not yet designed that, but we'll link it later on. So now it's the time for our chat page. So here first we need to write the logic for our chat message page. Inside our Appwrite controllers.dart file. So here let us write a function to create a new chat message. So first inside our attributes, so here for storing chat messages we need to create a new collection. It will be our chats data. So create it. So here inside settings, all the users can have the access to create, read, update and delete. So it means that you need to be authenticated for accessing or deleting the chats database. Message model. If we go by our message model, we need to create those attributes here. So here, let us start creating attributes. First attribute will be our message. It may be, let's set a maximum length of 2000 or 20,000. So this one is required. Then second attribute will be sender. ID. So let's make it 200. This is also required. Then receiver ID, it will be also 200, and this will be also required. Next will be timestamp. It will be a type of date time, so this is also required. Then a boolean value is seen by receiver, so default value will be false, and it is not required to provide. And then boolean value is image, so default will set it to false and it is not required. For every message, the sender and the receiver data are required. So we need something so that we can map the data. So we need to join the data so that with the help of user ID and receiver ID, we can get the data. In that case, for that reason, we'll create another attribute. This will be a type of relationship. So here it will be a one-way relationship. So relation collection will be user data, and here many users can have. So as it's saying that chat data can have many user data and user data can belong to many chat data. Yes, this is correct. And for deletion method, we can set everything to null. So we are creating this relation. So here we have created these 7 attributes. Now for our message model, here we are specifying 7 attributes. Since the data that we will be receiving from our Appwrite database will be in form of document list, so we need to convert that document model to our message model. So that for that reason we need to write a function that will convert document model to message model. So here we'll create a factory widget message model dot from map. Here we'll expect map of string comma dynamic map to be passed, and we'll return message model. Message will be inside map and the name of the attribute message. Sender will be inside map and map and the name of the attribute sender ID. Receiver will be inside map and the name of the attribute receiver ID. Timestamp will be inside map of timestamp. Is seen by receiver will be inside map of is seen by receiver, and message ID will be inside map of will get something $ID, and our is image will be inside map of is image attribute. So here we will not be parsing the user data. So for that we will be creating another model. It will be our chat data model dot dart. So here just create a class of chat data model. You will expect message model message and list of user data users. So for each message, there will be two users. First one will be the sender and second user will be our receiver. And now here we will initialize our constructor. Require this dot message and require this dot users. So now we have created all the models. Here inside our Appwrite controllers, you will write the function to create a new chat and save to database. So here in our settings, make sure that you have given that all users can create and update delete. It means that users are the person those who are authenticated. So someone need to be authenticated to access the chats. So for that, what we need to do here, we will be creating a function to create a new chat. So let's make it future, create new chat. Here we'll be expecting string of message, string of sender ID, string of receiver ID, and required boolean is image or not. Make it async and use try catch for handling exceptions. We will create a MSG variable where we'll use await databases dot create document. Database ID will be our DB and collection. We have not yet defined our chats data collection. So just copy the collection ID of chats data and here let us declare a string const string of chat collection. It will be this ID. Just copy and paste it. So our collection ID will be our chat collection. Document ID will be unique every time we create a new document. And data will be first message will be message. Here sender ID will be sender ID. Receiver ID will be receiver ID and timestamp will be date time dot now, and here it does not accept date time not now directly, so we need to convert it to ISO string and then is seen by receiver. So if the message has been created, it will not be seen by receiver, so set it to false. Whether the message is image or not, we are taking that input from here. We can just use is image or not from the value that we are passing, and we need to provide the users, like for this user data we need to provide user data attribute. So here we'll be adding the sender ID and the receiver ID. So now here we can print message sent and return true. In case of any exception, we can catch and print fail to send message and also print the error. Print return false. This was the function for creating the message. Now, here we need to write a function to list all the chats of the current user. So let's write a function to list all the chats belonging to the current user. It will be a type of future function. Return type will be of map string, comma, list of chat data model, and we need to make it nullable because it may be null. Name of the function should be current user chats. So here we'll be expecting the current user ID, make it async. Then here we'll be using try catch. Here we'll be creating a variable results. Here we'll use await databases dot list documents. Document ID was inside DB and collection was our chats collection. Here we need to also specify our query. It will be list of queries. First, we'll have query.org. Here, either the sender may be the current user or the receiver may be the current user. So we need to filter the data accordingly. So for that reason, we will be using or, and here query.equals. So here the attribute will be our sender ID and the value will be our user ID. So if the sender ID is equal to the user ID, or if query dot equals, the name of our attribute will be receiver ID. Receiver ID is equal to the current user ID, and here we need to also order the chats according to timestamp. So use that query dot order this. This will order in descending order, and our name of our attribute was timestamp. So it will order from time latest to the oldest. Now we are storing all the results in a variable called results. So here we'll be creating a document list of chat documents, and store results within it. Now we can also print chat documents for debugging. Chat documents dot total documents chat documents dot length. So it will be helping us for debugging. Now here, the type of variable that the type of output that we are going to return will be in a form of map string, comma list of chat data model. So here we'll be creating a chat variable assigned to empty map, and here we'll start if chat dot documents is not empty. It means that it has some chats. Then we'll run a for loop for I equal to 0, I less than chat documents.documents.length. So here we are using documents.length because total might be greater and documents that we are receiving might be less. So for that reason we are using documents.length. I plus plus. Here we'll create a variable doc. It will have the chat documents, every specific index. Here we need to store our sender and receiver ID. So for that, you will create a variable center will be inside doc.data, and the name of the attribute was sender ID, string receiver will be doc.data, and name of my attribute was receiver ID. We have already written the function in our message model, so that now we can use that message model or message will be message model dot form map, and here it's expecting us a map. Data was inside doc.data. Message will parse the full response and convert it to single message, and then we need to also parse the users. So here we'll be having list of user data users. It will be an empty list for now, and then we'll create a for loop user in doc.data, and it will return the user data. So from there, it was user data. So name of the attribute was user data. From here, we'll add all the users dot add. So first we need to, the response will be in type of document. So we need to parse it. We'll use user data dot map, and it will be the user. Now we need to divide the chats according to multiple users. So for that reason, we are using map. So here we'll create a string key. If sender is equal to the user ID, then we'll assign the key of the receiver, else we'll assign the key of the sender. When we're creating a list of chat data model, it might happen that the list does not exist. So in that case, it might give an error. So if chat key is equal to null, then we'll create a chat key and set it to empty list, and then we'll start adding to our chats map. Then we'll start adding to our chat map. That will be the key dot add. So we'll be adding chat chat data model. Your message model will be message, and users will be users. Here we need to enter just null check. So it would be better if we use chats inside of chat. Now we need to also return the chat. So here we will return chats. We also need to catch. In case of any error, we can print error in reading current user chats, return null. So now here we have written the function where we can read all the chats that are belonging to user. Now what we need to do here, we need to make all the chats reactive. For that reason, inside our providers, we'll be creating another provider. It will be our chat provider dot .dart. Here we'll be creating a class of chat provider extends change notifier. Then we'll expect a map. Here we were converting the return type of chats was in form of map string comma list of chat data model, means all the chats, and here let us name it as underscore chats and assign it to empty map. Now here we need to write a function to get all users chats map of string list of chat data model get or chats. Here will be sending our underscore chats map. Now here for getting chats we need to call this function current user chats. So let's write the function to load all current user chats. So it will be a void load chats function string. We are going to receive the user ID, its current user. Here we'll create a new variable loaded chats. Here we need to make this async. It will be await current user chats. Here we need to provide the user ID, will be our current user. So this data might be null. So for that reason, we need to make this nullable. Now, if our loaded chats is not equal to null, then we'll set our underscore chats variable to local chats. And here, then we need to short it. So here we'll use chats dot for each key and value. We will use value dot short. We will be expecting A and B. Then we need to use A dot message dot timestamp dot compared to B dot message dot timestamp. So here we are mainly shorting it in descending order. Now we have shorted all the chats. Now we can notify our listeners. All the chats data will update. So if we call this load chats function using provider, then it will update all the chats here, and then all the chats will be notified if any change occurs after this short happens. Here we can also print that chats print chats updated in provider. Now we need to also write the function so that we can add the message to the chat. Suppose if the user is using this chat option and we want that the chats to be arrived instantly to the user's UI, for that reason we need to have some function so that when the user types some chats, it should add to the chats map instantly, and it may have some delay to reach the user, but it should show the chats instantly to the user. So for that reason, here we are going to write another function. So here we write a function to add the chat message when user sends a new message to someone else. Here we need to create a new function add message. First we'll expect message model message, then we'll expect the string of current user, list of user data users. Here if message dot sender is equal to our current user, then it means that the user is sending the message. In that case only we will be adding the message. So here if underscore chats message dot receiver is equal to null, in that case it means that no existing message exists for that receiver. It means that user has never chat with that other user. This is the first time chat. So here we'll set chats message dot receiver to empty list. If we don't set it to empty list first, otherwise it will cause problem. And then we can use chats message dot receiver, and then we can add it to the list. It will be a type of chat data model. Message will be our message and users will be our users that we are passing to this function. We need to add a null check here. Else the current user is the receiver. We'll use the same logic for this. But this time it will be sender. And after all of this, we'll be notifying our listeners. Similar to our add chat message, we need to also write a function so that we can delete message from the chat's data. Here we'll be having a void return type, delete message. Here also we need to pass the message model, message, string current user, and string. The message may be of type image, so let's expect the image ID. Here we'll first use async inside try catch. It would be better if we also wrap this with try catch. So here we'll use catch e, print error, and error in chat provider on message adding. It will be helping us in case of debugging. So here the logic will be same. If message dot sender is equal to current user, then means user is deleting the message. You will use chats message dot receiver, add a null check here, dot remove where element dot message model, element dot message is equal to our message. It will remove the message from the chats, but we need to also delete our chat from the database. For that, we have not yet written the function for deleting chat. Here, let us write the function to delete the chat from database collection, chat collection. So here we'll create a function delete current user chat. You will be required to pass the string of chat ID, make it async. Here we'll use try await databases dot delete document. Database ID was inside DB. Collection ID will be our chat collection. Document ID will be our chat ID. The specific message ID that we get. And in case of catch, we'll print error on deleting chat message and the error. So we need to call this function from this provider, delete current user chat. Here we need to provide the chat ID, and the chat ID was inside message dot message ID. We need to add a null check here. It might happen that the chat is a type of image. In that case, only deleting from the collection will not work. We need to also delete it from our storage bucket. For that reason, if image ID is not equal to null, it means that the chat is an image. So here we'll use delete image from bucket. Here we need to provide the image ID, and image ID will be our image ID that we are passing. And after that we can print image deleted from bucket. Here, else current user is receiver. So here we don't need to delete it anything. Here we can only, so in this case we don't need to delete from database. We only need to delete the message from our chats map. So we will use remove where element dot message is equal to the message print message level. And after all of this, we will modify our listeners and in catch, in case of any error or exception, we just print error message deletion. Now we have written the functions. So now let's work on the chat UI page. Now we have written all the functions for adding and deleting chats. Now let's search for a phone number. Let's add search for phone number. And here it's the name. What we want when we search for this user, when we click on this user, it should open us the chat page for us. When we click on this user profile, it should redirect us to the user's chat. So for that, we need to do some modification in our search page. Here inside our search users. So we'll use the property of list type on tab. We'll use navigator dot push name, and our route name was chat. Now if we click on the user profile, we are getting redirected to the chat page. Now we need to do some modification so that when we click on the chat page, it should show the user that we have clicked and also the user profile and the status whether it's online or offline. So let's do that change inside our chat page. So here first, for assigning that user data, we need to accept that user data from our previous route that we are passing. So here we need to expect user data of receiver. It will be model route or of context dot settings dot arguments, and it will be return type of user data. So we need to convert it to user data. Now we are receiving all the data here inside our receiver. So here, instead of other user, we can use receiver dot name, add a null check here, and here we can use receiver is online is equal to true. In that case, you will be showing online. In that case, will be showing online as offline. So now here we need to also pass that data when we are clicking on this chat. Here we need to also pass arguments. Here we need to use user data dot to map. Our data was inside search users dot documents for every specific index and the data. So here we will get a list of users, and from there we are passing every specific index and we are getting and converting that receiver ID to the user data format. Now if we click here, it's opening the chat page and it's also showing the user name and the status whether it's online or not. We can also use the logic for profile picture inside circle avatar. So background image, if receiver dot profile picture is equal to empty string, or receiver.profilePic is equal to null. In that case, we'll be showing an image of asset image, and the path was inside assets user.png. Else we'll be using cache network image provider. We're going to pass the URL. Let's copy the URL and paste it here. We can also convert this to image. So here value is not accessible. Here it will be receiver.profilePic. That's okay. Now as you can see that the profile picture got changed. Now since we are passing the user information, that is showing the chat page like that. Now here inside our body of this scaffold, we need to load the chats that are belonging conversation between the current user and this user. So let's do that. So here we have already built a UI. Here we are using chat message. Chat message was our UI. Since this message was hard-coded, this will not work. Instead, we need to wrap this with a consumer widget to make it reactive. So here we'll wrap this scaffold with a widget consumer. We need to also provide the return type. Return type will be chat provider. Here we need to use the builder property. So here will be return this scaffold. Now we have created our chat provider, but not yet added inside our main.dart. So here we are only using user provider. Similar to this, we'll be using another provider. This one will be our chat provider. Now just restart the application. Now here inside our chat page, since the value whether the user is online or not, it will be changing. So we cannot use this receiver.isOnline logic because here we are only passing the value, but it should be updating in every seconds. So for that reason, so here we need to create another variable. It will be user and other chats. It will be value dot get all chats. Get all chats will be returning a type of map. So from this map, we need to only access these specific chats. So here we'll pass the receiver dot user ID. This is the user ID of the receiver. If that does not exist, then it will be an empty list. Now this is the chat that we are going to render in our chat UI. So we'll be using this, and instead of this receiver.isOnline, we'll use user and other user chat. So here in the column, it will not be messages.length. Here we'll be using user and other user chats.length, as it will the user and other user chats will be the return type of list. For the map, we are bringing user name, your receiver name, and the list of chats. So this is the list of chats. This is the list of chat. And here inside item builder, will not use this chat message like this. Instead, we'll be using here we'll be first creating a message variable where we'll use other user chats dot other user chats dot length -1 minus index dot message. And now here we'll be having our chat message, and here we need to provide this image will be inside MSG because we are extracting the message from the chat model. Message dot is message, then it will be true, otherwise it will be false. otherwise it will be false. Message will be our message, and current user will be our user ID. So we are not getting the user ID. So here we need to define a. So we are not defining the user ID. So here we need to create a variable. First one will be late string current user ID and late string current user name. Now inside our init state, we need to initialize, we need to get all the values and initialize to the late variable. User current user ID will be provider dot of context listen to false. The type of provider will be our user provider, user data provider dot get user ID, and current username will be inside. Provider uh, will be the same, but it will be get username. Now here will be loading the user ID and username, and that user ID will pass the current user ID. We'll close it. Now let's try to save it. Let's search for phone numbers. Let's search for users. Let's click on the profile. It's showing as empty list because we don't have any chat. Now we have already written the function for adding message to our chats provider and also creating new message. So we are going to add those functionalities in our UI when the user types a new message. So let's create a function outside this widget build. Let's create a function of void underscore send message. Here we'll be requiring to pass the user data of the receiver. So we'll call this function and also pass the receiver user ID. First we'll check if we have our message controller. Here first we'll check if message controller or text is not empty. In that case, we'll set the state and call the create new chat function that we have written inside our Appwrite controllers. Message was inside message controller or text. Sender ID will be the current user ID because current user ID is sending the message. So it will be the current user ID. Receiver ID will be inside receiver dot user ID, and whether it's an image or not, we will be using this to send only for text message. So to send simple text message. Now this will add a new message inside our Appwrite collection, and we need to also update our provider. So this value create new chat will return a boolean value. So this after this function complete execution, if there is some value, it means it has successfully added the chat inside our collection. Now we can proceed provider dot of context. Listen will be false, and the return type will be chat provider. Now here we'll be using the function that we have created to add a message inside our chat. So here we need to provide message, current user, and users. So for message, we'll create a new message model. Message will be text editing controller. Message will be message controller dot text. Sender will be, we can copy this to Sender will be current user ID. Receiver is inside receiver.user ID. Timestamp will be datetime dot now. And whether it's seen by receiver, since the user is seen, since the current user is sending this message, it will not be seen by the receiver instantly. So we'll set it to false, and you're going to pass the current user ID and list of users. So list of users. So first user will be our sender. We'll just use receiver, just pass user data. So phone we can pass empty string. Only the user ID is taken from this. So we can just pass the current user ID. And another user will be our receiver. Since receiver is a return type of user data, we don't need to parse it. Now if we call this send message function, then it should send a message. Let's try to link this. So when we press this icon.send button, it should call underscore send message. The receiver will pass the receiver that we are receiving from our arguments. So here, instead of text form field, we can use text field. That will be more better. Here will be use on submitted. Here will be receiver value, and then we'll call underscore send message. Receiver will be our receiver. Yeah. So here, currently, let's also open our database, chats data. Here, let's try to send some message. So here it's showing message sent. Now here it will not show the messages sent. Now let's try to check our database. So as you can see that it's creating a new data like the sender ID and the receiver ID, the timestamp, and whether it's image or not. And user data is having two items, the both user ID. So it means that we are able to send a message. Now it's time for us to display the message. So after we have sent the message, we also need to delete this text written controller. Make sure to do that, otherwise it will stay like this after we have sent the message. After this step, we'll use message controller dot clear. So here we need to return it. We are not returning it. Let's save it. So here the chat is not shown. It would be better that if we print the users chats dot length. So here our chat message is not showing because we are not calling the provider to load our chats. So what we can do now, inside our init state, we can call the function to load the chat provider of context listen to false, and the return type will be chat provider. Here we call load chats. You're going to pass current user ID. So here it's showing error in reading chats. Let's go to our Appwrite controllers and also specify the error. So let's try it. Now it's saying string is not a subtype of datetime. So here we are doing something wrong in parsing with datetime. So inside our message model, we are passing it directly. The timestamp is in form of string. So first we need to use datetime dot parse. Here we need to pass the string. String was inside our map timestamp. Now let's try to load. So as you can see, now it's showing us the chat that we have sent and also the time when we send the chat. Now let's try to send a message again. Now you can see that now we are sending messages, but the order is not correct. Now here we are sending messages, but the order is not correct. Now the older messages are coming at last and newer messages are coming at first. So this is not right. We need to do some modification. So for this, we need to do some modification on our chat page. This the list field builder that we have, we need to set reverse to true. Then we'll find that the order is now correct. Now let's try to hello. This is so now you can see the order is correct and all our messages are also getting stored inside our chat collection. Now let us work on the process of deleting message. So here we are going to add a gesture detector to the chat message that we have. Here we have the chat message and we are going to wrap it a widget gesture detector. And what we want to do here, if the user press long press, then we should show the option that what we want to do with this message. On long press, then we will show dialog. We will show, we will alert dialog. Title will be message. So we can't show the full message if message is very long. First, we will be checking if the message is image or not. If it's image equal to true, it means it's an image. Then first we'll be checking if message is an image or not. If it's an image, then in that case we'll return choose what you want to do with this image. Else, if it's not an image, then this is an text. In that case, we return text and we can't return the full message if the message is very long. We need to short it. So here we'll write message dot length is greater than 20 characters. In that case, we'll return message dot substring start from 0 and until 20, and then otherwise we'll return msg.message and then 3 dots. So now let's try it. So it's showing us like this. Let's try to add a long text. Now we can see it's showing only 20 characters. So now for our content, what we are going to do inside our alert dialog, we'll use the property of content and here we'll check if our message is an image. In that case, we'll show something different text. For that, we'll have a text and we'll also have this logic. If our message.center is equal to the current user ID, then in that case, we'll show the option to delete the image. So for that, we'll show delete this image. Else, we'll show this image can't be deleted. And after this text, if this is not an image, then it's a normal plain text. In that case, we'll also be using this logic, but this time it will be choose what you want to do with this message. Else here we'll say this message can't be deleted, and we need to check if this is true or not. If this is true, then we'll show the message image deleting options, else we'll show the message deleting options. So now let's save it. Now let's try to do a long press. Yeah, it's showing us the text message and also the text choose what you want to do with this message. Now the text is working correct. We need to also show some action button. So for that, here after content, so here we can also say this message can be modified. And after the content, we'll have another property actions. We need to provide list of widget. Here we'll be having a text button. On press for now we'll have nothing. The text will be cancelled. Let's try. Then we are going to be providing the options to delete and edit the message. So we'll have two more buttons. After this, so first one will be our edit, and the another one will be first one will be to edit and another one will be to delete. Now let's add the functionalities. If the user press the cancel button, then we need to close the alert dialog. So for that we'll use navigator dot pop context. This will close the alert dialog. So let's try to click on cancel. It's closing the alert dialog. Now we have not yet written the edit message logic, so we'll not use anything here. But first let us add the delete message logic. Inside our chats provider, we have written the logic for deleting our message. First we will delete from our chats message, and then we'll delete, if this is an image, we'll delete the image and also the chat from our database. So for this we need to just call the provider function in case of delete. So let's do that. So now we need to remember one thing, that a delete button should not be delete if the user is the sender. Only they will be able to see the delete button, otherwise they will not be able to see the delete button. So for that we need to handle the logic search like here, that if msg.sender is equal to current user id, in that case it will show the delete button, otherwise it will show a size box. Only the user who sends the message will be able to delete it. So here on press we need to call provider dot of context. Listen will be false, and we need to provide a return tag. It will be our chat provider dot delete message. Here we need to provide the message, current user ID, and also the image ID. So message was inside our MSG, the full message model. Current user was our current user ID, and image ID was the message ID that we have. So it will be msg dot message, and our image was inside the message. So here we'll use msg dot message. So now let's try to delete this message. Now we need to also verify with our database. Suppose here we have 5 messages that are sent. These are the 5 messages. Let's try to delete this message. Now you can see that the message got deleted from here, but it didn't close our alert dialog. Let's also verify with our database. The message also got deleted from here. Now we need to also close this alert dialog. So for that we need to use this logic, navigator.pop context. After a message got deleted, we need to pop our context. Now let's try with this message. So you can see it got deleted. And if we verify with our database, it also got deleted from the database. Now here, if we go back, so now it's our time to fix the home page, so that currently we are showing some demo users, but we need to show the real users with whom the user is chatting. So for that, let's fix our homepage. Visit homepage.dart to display the chats that the user is chatting with. So for that, we need to fix our UI in homepage. So visit home.dart. Here, currently we are just using simple chat messages. So this is how our UI will look like. So inside our body, here we'll wrap it with a widget. Here we'll be having a consumer widget so that it becomes reactive with the help of chat provider, and we need to also provide the builder. Now if we go to chat provider, here we are calling get our chats to get all our chat. So we'll call that inside our home.dart. If value dot get all chats dot is empty, it means the user does not have any chats. In that case, we'll return is center child text no chats, else the user will be having chats. In that case, we were storing the data in form of map string comma list of chat model. So the string of the key of the sender who is sending the message to our current user. So first we need to extract the keys. So it will be here will be other users, creating a variable of other users. So it will be value. So it will be value dot get all chats dot keys, and then we need to convert all of them to list. Now what will happen? It will create a list of all the users that the user is chatting with, because we are dividing all the users in form of map, and the key was the user ID of the other user. Now you will be using the list builder logic. So just copy this list builder and we'll be returning that here. So now let's save it. Now here the item count will be inside our other users dot length. Now it's only showing one chat because we have only chat with one user. Now on that we are redirecting to our chat page. We'll do this later on, but first let's fix on the assets. Here, first we need to show the name of that user who has sent the message and also the last message that the user has either sent or user has received. So for this, what we are going to do, this item builder, we are converting it to brackets instead of, and here we'll return. So we have this list type, and we need to convert this to brackets. We will return list type. So we need to write some logic. For that we are using brackets. So now it's okay. Here first we will get all the chats data of every users that the user is sending. Either the now from here we are dividing the chats in specific maps. So first we'll get the chat data model. You will have the chat data. You will use value dot get all chats, and then for specific user we'll need to specify the key, and the key was inside other users list, and we need to get specific, so we need to provide the index. Add a null check here. Now what will be happening, we have a map and all the data are in keys of the other users. We need the last message of that user. For that reason we are using that data here. Now since we need to display the last message, we need to get how many messages are there. So here we need to use int total chats. This is the chats for every specific user that the user is chatting with. You will have chat data dot length. We need to also get the user details of the other user whom the user is chatting with or receiving chats. So here we need to create user data of other user. It will be inside chat data. First item users 0 dot user ID. So here we need to check if in users while chatting we are creating a relationship, and there we are storing two user IDs, either the user ID of the sender and receiver. So sender may be the current user or the one who is sending the message. So from this we need to identify that from this we need to get the user ID of the other user whom the user is sending message to this current user. So we need to also get the current user ID. So for that, so here we'll be creating a late string current user ID, assign it to empty string, and in our init state we'll be initializing that current user ID using provider dot of context. Listen will be false. Need to also provide the return type. Return type will be of user provider, user data provider dot get user ID. So current ID will be inside. And now we need to verify if the chats that we are receiving, and from there in every users we are storing the receiver and the sender, if that user ID of the first list that we are having, if that is equal to our current user ID, it means that that ID belongs to the current user. If it's equal to current user ID, means that ID belongs to the current user. We don't need this ID. We need the other one. We already have this ID, so we don't need this ID. We need the other ID that will be belonging to the other user. So for that, we'll return chat data dot 0 dot users. Since the first item was the ID of the current user, then the other second item in the list will be the ID of the other user. So here will be one, else the first item will be the other user. Now in this way we are storing the data of the other user inside our other user variable. Now here, when we are navigating them to our chat page, we need to navigate the user data. So we can easily do that. Here we can use arguments and pass our other user. Now you will find that if we click here, now currently it's showing no chats. So here inside our init state, we need to also get our chats. So after this, we need to load our chats. We'll use provider dot, we'll use this provider. We'll use this provider, but it will be a type of chat provider. You will use load chats, and current user was current user ID. So now let's restart. It's loading the chats. Now if we click here, it's taking us to the chat with the user that we have done. Now we need to update this profile here. We are getting the user data inside our other user. Now we mainly need to change everything. Instead of this asset image first our image will be inside other user dot profile pic. So we need to check either it's null or not. So if it's equal to empty string, or this profile pic of other user is equal to null, then in that case only we'll show this image. Otherwise we'll show otherwise we can copy the logic from here, cache network image. Otherwise we'll be showing cache network image, but this time the value will be other user dot profile pic. Now let's save it. Now you can see that it's just changed the image of the user. Our name will be inside other user dot name. Need to add a null check here. You can see, and now here comes the thing. We need to get the last message, means the last message the user has chatted. Here it is not showing the last message. Last message was hi. So let's send one more message. This is my last message. So here what we want, here we need to show the last message. Currently it's only showing us hi, how are you? So to get the last message, we'll use chat data of total chats minus 1 dot message dot message. So now you can see that it's showing us the last message. So now you can see that it's showing us the message that this is my last message that we recently sent. Now if we send what are you doing, now if we go back, we'll find that the last message was like this, what are we doing? We can add some more modifications to it. Like since we are sending the message to the other user, here we can show, like first let's wrap it with a string here. First we will add a ternary logic if our chat data of total chats minus 1 dot message dot sender is equal to our current user ID. In that case, we will be showing a text u to identify that the user has sent this chat to the other user. Else will show an empty string. And after this, we'll show the chat, and then we'll be having this. Now you can see that it's showing you what are we doing, and the message may be of type of image. So to handle that, we'll use this logic again. If the message is an image, in that image equal to true, in that case we'll show sent an image, else we'll show the chat message. Now it's okay. Let's also fix the time. The message of the last message that we sent, it was around 2:57. So let's convert this. So we have already written a function of format date. We'll use that. Here we need to pass the date. Date was inside chat data dot total chats minus 1 means the last message dot message dot timestamp. Now it's also showing us the time. Now the number of unread messages. Here we need to calculate the number of unread messages. So here we need to write another logic. After we are loading all the chats, we need to write this logic here. After we have received all the chats, means we need to write the logic here. After our chats are loaded, here we need to create another variable of unread message, initialize it to 0, then we'll use chat data dot fold. Means it is used to calculate chat data dot fold. Here we'll be using our unread message plus our previous value. Then we'll be receiving our previous value and element. Here mainly we need to provide our initial value and the function that we need to combine with. And then here if our element dot message dot is seen by receiver is equal to false, in that case will increase the count of unread message, and then we'll be returning our unread message. Now here we'll be having all the counts of our unread messages. Now instead of this static hardcode message, we can use unread message dot to string. So now we have 5 messages that are unread, but one thing to note is that the last message was sent by the user. So if the last message is sent by the user, then in that case we will not be showing the unread messages. So here we need to filter it. If our chat data of total chats -1 means the last message dot sender is not equal to current user ID, in that case we'll show this, and we'll also add one more logic. If our unread message is not equal to 0, only in that case we'll show this unread message. So let's wrap it outside the text. Only instead we'll show this text. Otherwise we'll show a size box and also a size box. So it's okay, but we are sending it. Now we are writing the logic inside circle avatar. It will be outside. So let's move this logic outside circle avatar and also this logic. So let's move this logic outside circle avatar and also this too after circle avatar. Now it's okay. Now it's not showing the unread message. For testing, let's use another device. Now let's try with another device. Let's use Flutter run, choose the device. For this, we'll be logging with this phone number, that phone number of good friend. So here let's log in. Enter the OTP. So now you can see that it was able to load the image as well as the name and the phone number. Now let's click on continue. Here you can find that it's not loading the image correct, but it was able to get the chat, like it's showing the last message of this user and also the number of unread messages. So to fix this, currently we are not saving the image inside our database, so it's giving this error. What we can do, after here we are calling get user details to load the user details, and after we have loaded the details, we can update our provider. Here we need to set our username. Username will be inside our response.data, and name will be our name, and it will be inside response.data. It will be our profile. It will be profile underscore pic. The data that we're receiving from Appwrite database, it might be null. To handle that, we can initialize it to empty string if we receive null value. And we were clearing the local database, but we are not clearing the provider. So here we are going to write inside our user data provider, we'll write to clear all values, void clear all providers. So here We'll be mainly initializing all the values to this, all the values to empty string, and notify our listeners. We'll call this when we are logouting the user, and also in our chats provider, we'll write a function to clear all chats. It will be clear chats. Here we'll set the underscore chat to an empty map and notify our listeners. So when we are doing logout inside our profile page, we will use provider dot of context. First, listen to false. We'll create our user provider, user data provider dot clear all provider function, and after that we will call chat provider dot clear chat. Now if we log out, it will clear all the data. After doing this, the issue will be fixed. So let's try to run on another device using Flutter run. So now it's correct. Now if we open this chat, you will find that this message is coming from this side. And if we open this chat, then this message is coming from this side. Now let's try to send some message from here. Hi, Jan. Now we have sent this chat. Now we need to reload our chat. You can see that it's coming from here. This change is not happening in real time. And now what we want to do, here we want to add the feature of real time so that the chats get updated in real time. So let's do that. These chats are not getting automatically updated in real time. So what we can do for getting updated in real time, we need to write the logic for real time. So again, inside our Appwrite controllers, we'll write a function for real time. Here, first, we need to create a variable. It will be our final real time, and this real time is from Appwrite. So name of the variable, let's make it real time. We'll need to initialize it to real time with our client. And now we need to create a real time subscription. So it will be our real time subscription. It may be null. So for that, we are making it nullable and then creating a subscription. From here, we are writing a function to subscribe to real time changes. So let's make the function name as subscribe to real time. So here we will be only requiring the user ID of the current user. Subscription, the variable that we have declared outside, will be real time dot subscribe. Here we need to provide the channels. So we need to subscribe to two channels. First one will be, we want that if any updates happen in our user data or chat data, so we'll be subscribing to that. So first one will be our databases dot db dot collections. So now for channels, we need to provide a list. Here, if we go by documents, we need something like this where any create, update or delete event happens. So just copy this and paste it here. It will be in form of string. So is here we need to provide our database ID. So it will be $DB, and our collection name will be our chat collection. We also need to update to any changes of user data. So we'll copy this and also add our user collection. Now we are subscribing to this two collection. It means that any changes happen, then we will get updates. And here then we'll print subscribing to Realtime. Now we need to also stream over it to listen to any changes. So here we'll use subscription dot stream dot listen to all events. So let's make it data. We need to also add a null check here. Now if something happens, we need to first print data dot events, and we'll be printing some event happen, and also print the data dot payload. With this, we'll be able to understand. Now we need to call this function subscribe to Realtime. We'll be calling this in our home.dart file, means our home page. So inside our home.dart, in our init state, after we get our current user ID, we'll be calling subscribe to Realtime. Here we need to pass the user ID. It will be the user ID of the current user. Now for this, we'll be requiring to stop our application and then run it from start. If everything works correctly, then it should print subscribe to Realtime. Now here it is printing subscribing to Realtime, as well as it's printing the link for our WebSocket. So we are successfully subscribing to it. Now in this case, so let's try to send some messages from here, from this account, from Jan to good friend. Hi, how are you? When we send a new message, we got first here we got printed some events happen, and here we are getting the channel. Here we are getting the event, like the name of the collection and also the name of the unique ID, means document ID, and it was create. Since we are creating a new document, it was create. So from here we can identify that it was a create event, means some document got created. And inside our payload, we were having the message. This was our chat data, chat model data that we are passing, as well as it was having our user data and also the permission. So now what we want to do here, in our subscribe to Realtime, we know that some events are going to happen. In case of create, if we go by the list item, if it will be create, update and delete. So we are going to use that value, either new document got created, updated or delete. With the help of that, we can update the UI. So here, first, we will get the item that we are willing, either the update, either the event is create, update or delete. So to identify, first, we'll create, let's name it first item. Here, if we go inside data dot events, our first element in our list, first we'll be splitting it and get the last element. So first, if we go to the first element, and then we'll split using dots, and from here we need to get the last element. So from here, if we get the last element, event type. So from the first item, we need to get our last item, means from this, when we are splitting the list, then we only need the last item. So for that, first item dot length minus 1. If our event type is equal to create, let's also print the event type, otherwise we'll not be able to understand. Event type is dollar event type. If our event type is create, it means that someone created a new document. In that case, let's try to send one more message from this user to our other user. Let's try to send some message. Here we can get that the event type was create. So let's try to send some message from this user to this user. Now here we are getting that event type is a type of create. In that case, we know that it's a create event. So if new thing got created, somebody sends a message, then what we want, we have already created a provider method that will update the chat. So we need to call that method like provider dot of context. So here we will not get context, so we need to use navigator key dot current state dot context. The type of provider will be our chat provider because we need to load our chats, and here we'll call load chats. Here we need to pass our current user ID, so it will be our user ID. So we need to provide listen is equal to false, otherwise it will be problematic. So let's use listen is equal to false, and again let's try to restart. Now if we try to send one more message, now you can see that the message got changed and also the status got changed. Like here it was hi, please reply first. Now you can see real time. Just notice this message. Real time changes are working. Now unread messages are 11 and also the current time is 5:52. Now if I send this message, you see that it's showing real time messages are working and also the unread message count got increased. So we are able to update it on real time. Now what we can do, this two message thing is not looking so great. Now this two line messages are not looking so great. Inside our chat page, where we have our message, inside our home page, home.dart, inside our home.dart, here we have our subtitle, here we have our text. We can provide overflow to text overflow dot libs. Now it's okay. Now it's looking quite, now it's looking better. Now also in cases of update and delete, we need to load our chats. So again, in our Appwrite controllers, if event type, if our event type is update or event type is delete, we need to load our chats. So it will be better if we use else if. So now if we send some new message, let's also restart this from terminal. Now if we delete this message, So you can see that the real-time change happened. Now, if we also delete this message, you'll find it's something wrong regarding the delete message. Let's fix it. We are getting some problem in our deletion. So if we go to our chat provider, here we are getting the image ID and we are checking whether it's null or not. We need to also check, instead of using string image ID, we can use boolean as image, and if we check if is image equal to true, in that case we'll delete the image and our image will be inside our message. We need to also do this modification in our chat page. Here here for our isImage property, for now, or we can, if we uh, or we can do one thing. Instead, we don't require this property. Here we already have the property inside our message dot is image equal to true. Now let's try to restart, and now let's try to delete one of our message and also verify with this. Let's delete it. Now you can see that this message got deleted. Also, let's try to delete this message. Please reply. Let's restart first this one. Let's try to delete this. Please reply. You see that this chat got deleted instantly. Now let's delete hi Jan. You can see this messages. You can see these messages are also getting deleted. Now let's work on the edit page so that we can allow the user to edit the message. Now, if we try to long press on this message, it's also showing us the option to edit, but this will not be like that, because if the message is not sent by the current user, then the user will not be able to edit or delete. So for that, we need to use this logic for checking if the message is sent by current user or not. And if it's not sent by current user, then they will not get the option to edit or delete it. Now if we try, so here it's only showing this message can't be modified and we are allowed to click cancel. Now if we click here, it's giving us the option to edit or delete. Now if we click on the edit message, in that case, we'll write a function. First, we need to create one more controller. It will be our edit message controller. Here we'll write another function to edit message. So here we'll return a show dialog. So in our edit message, so here on pressed, we'll first close this alert dialog using navigator.pop context, and the edit message controller.text will be the message that is selected. It will be msg.message, and now we'll show dialog. Here our builder will be context. Our builder will be context. Here will be alerting. You will use alert dialog. Title will be text edit this message, and content will have a text form field. Controller will be our edit message controller, and max lines will be 10. Also, it will have max lines will be 10. Also, this will have actions. Here we'll have text button. First one will be to OK, text of OK. So now if we try to click edit here, now it's giving us the window and also the message, how are you? Okay, we'll have one more text button. It will be for cancel. Here we'll simply use navigator.pop. So now it's okay. Here, if we note inside our Appwrite controllers, we have written the function to edit our chat. So we need to write the function to edit our chat. So let's write it here to edit our chat message and update to database. So it will be a future name of, let's name it as edit chat. You will be requiring string of chat ID and the string message and the string of current user. Make it async, and here we'll use try catch. We'll use await databases dot update document. Going to provide the database ID will be our DB. Collection ID will be our chat collection, and document ID will be our chat ID that we are passing. Now we need to also pass the data. Here the data message, we're storing it in message. The message will be in message attribute. So our message will be our message that we are accepting in this function. Then after this we can print message updated. So here if we edit this message, it will be automatically updated, so we don't need to manually update it. It will be automatically update using Realtime, so we don't need to manually update. So we can use catch e, and here we can print error on editing message and the error. Now we need to call this. So now we need to call this edit chat function in our chat page when we are editing the message. Here, when we press this OK button, in that case, we'll be calling our edit chat function. Here we need to pass our chat ID. So here we'll use msg dot message ID. Message ID was our chat ID. Just add a null check here. And the message will be inside our edit controller. Edit message controller dot text, and current user will be our current user ID. So we generally don't need the current user. We can remove this current user property. It's not required. And also here we don't need it. Now it's okay. Let's try to debug. Like if we send, now if we try to edit this message, here let's try to edit this message and say, what are you doing? Let's see. Let's click on OK. Here we are getting that it is updated. Now you can see that it got updated using real time. Now you can see that it got updated using real time. So what we can do here, we need to also, after this is done, edit message, edit chat is done, we need to use navigator.pop to close that alert dialog, and then we need to also unset our text editing controller edit message controller dot text to empty string. Now let's see if we change this message. Hi, glad to meet you, and click on OK. So here you can see that the message got edited. Also, let's verify. You can see, let's try to edit this message. Let's try to edit this message. So we need to restart this from terminal, otherwise it will not work. Let's try to send a new message. Hello. And here you can see that we are able to create a new message. Now, if we edit this message, like, what are you doing? And click on OK, you'll find that the message are getting updated immediately after we are editing. Now we can also delete the message. If we want. See, but now we have successfully worked for our create, read, and update delete. Now let's work for the blue tick icon, like whether the message is seen by the user or not. For that, what we are going to do, here we are going to work for the blue tick. So for that, we are going to write some logic here. If we need to change the blue tick, then we need to also update it in our database. So for that, first we need to write some logic in our Appwrite controllers file to update is seen message status. To update is seen message status. So let's make it future update is seen. Here we'll be requiring the list of chat ID because it may be in bulk, so we need to do it in bulk. So here we'll require list of string chat IDs, make it async, and now we'll use try catch for var chat ID in chats ID. We'll loop over all of them and we'll use databases dot update document. Now, for now, Appwrite doesn't provide any bulk document updation or deletion. So we need to loop over all of them to delete each specific document. So for collection will be our chat collection. Document ID will be our chat ID. Here we need to set our attribute. The name of our attribute was is seen by receiver. We need to convert it. We need to convert this is seen by receiver to true, and we can also print it updated is seen. In case of error, we'll print error in update is seen and also the error. Now we need to call this update is sent function in our chat page and provide the chat's ID. So for now, let's delete all the messages So for now, let's inside our chat page here, we'll call the update function. So here we need to write some function so that we can update all the chats that the other user is sending to the current user and set the isSyn to true. So we can write this function in our chat page. When we open the chat page, it means we should be updating the chat message that the user has viewed the message and it's delivered. And now we can change the is seen by receiver to true. So here, after our here we are creating our final user chat. Here we'll create a list of string of received message list. Here we'll be only putting all the message that are received to the current user. So for that we need to loop all the message. So for var chat in user and other chats, from here let us loop in all the chats, and if chat dot message dot receiver is equal to our current user ID, then the receiver is our current user, and we will check if chat dot message dot is seen by receiver is false. It means that it is not yet seen by the receiver. In that case, we'll add this message to our list. So it will be our message dot message ID. Add a null check here. So else we don't need to do anything. Now here, after this, we need to call the function update isSyn. We need to pass list of chats ID. So here we'll pass received message list. And now if you check that the message is now delivered, it's getting a blue tick. Let's try to send this message, send a new message here like hello, like please help me. Now the message is having a gray tick. Now we need to also restart here. You can see that all messages are green. Now you can see that when we read this message, it got blue. Let's try to send another message. Please help me out. Now it's gray tick. Now you can see that when we read this message, it got blue. So in this way, we are able to update the isSyn, whether it's seen by the user or not. And here also you'll find that it's not showing. Now if we send a new message from this user to this user, you can see that here it's getting updated in real time. And if we also delete this message, you will see that the message is gone. It's also getting updated in real time. So that's really cool. Now here we need to update the status, either the user is online or offline. So for this, we need to update our user data database that we have. Here we are showing it green or blue, depending upon that. But currently it's static. We have hard coded it. Now for finding whether the user is online or not, in that case, here we'll be writing another logic like boolean other user online. So if our other user chats dot is not empty and user chats 0 dot users 0 dot user ID is equal to receiver dot user ID. Here we need to just verify and get the other user ID. So for that reason we are writing this logic. So if 0th user is equal to our receiver ID, it means that our receiver is the 0th user and we should get the online status like users dot zero dot is online, else we'll get the status of the want user, means the second user. Value may be null, so make it question mark, and if it's empty, in that case we'll return false directly. So now we are checking that if the receiver ID is equal to the other user ID, zeroth user, if the zeroth ID is equal to our receiver ID, it means that's the receiver ID. So we are getting the status of that ID. Otherwise, we are getting the status of want ID. Now we'll use this value. It will be either true or false. And here, inside our chat page, instead of this receiver dot is online, we can use other user online. Now also we need to use this value in our home.dart page. We need to also update the status in our database. For that, we need to write a function in our Appwrite controllers to update the online status. So here we'll be creating a function, future function, update online status. Here we'll be required to pass a boolean value, status, and a required string of user ID. Home status we are going to update, so make it async. And here we'll first try use await databases dot update document. The database was DB. Collection ID will be our user collection, and document ID will be our user ID. Here the data attribute that we are going to update will be our data attribute that we want to update will be our. So here we have not created an is online attribute, so we need to also create an attribute. It will be our boolean is online. We need to set default to false. Let's create it. So for that, it means that we need to update it here to false. And after this, we can print updated user status, updated user online status. In case of exception, we can catch and print unable to update online status, and also the error. Here we have our is online property, and we are using this is online, so we don't need to do that change here. With the help of this, we need to call this update online status in our when we open our application, means our first in our home.dart file, that will be our first page. So here when we open our application, in our init state, you will update online status will be to true, and user ID will be current user ID. Now in our home page, we need to also get the status of the other user, whether it's online or not. Currently here we are using static values like this. Here we are using colors.green. We need to do some modification here, like we are storing the user data in our other user, like we are storing the data in our other user. So here, if other user dot is online equal to true, the value may be null, so we are calculating it whether it's true. So the value may be null, so for that reason we are validating it to true. In that case we'll show green, otherwise we'll show colors dot gray dot shade, let it be 600. Now you can see that it's showing gray shade because this user is not online. So now let's try to restart this application. So we need to update in our terminal. Now just notice this. You're saying updated user online status. Now, so here this will not be false. This will be the value that we are passing. Status. Now let's try to restart this application. So now you can see that it's green and this value is gray. Now if I restart this application, in this case, just notice that the value will get changed here. Now you can see that it got green when it update the user online status. Here we can also print the status. Now it's okay. Now what we want to do, in many cases, when we run our app in background, suppose if we are running our app in background, in that case also, we should update our online status to false. For that, to handle in that cases, we'll use some logic in our main.dart file. Here, we'll be writing a logic of class life cycle handler, lifecycle event handler, extend it using widget binding observer. So here we'll override it, void did change did change app life cycle state. You will pass app life cycle state and will use super dot did change app life cycle state. So there are mainly 5 app life cycle state: either resume, paused, detached, either resume, inactive, paused, detached, and hidden. So we need to use switch case for that. Switch state case. It will be our app life cycle state dot resume. Like this, we'll have. In that case, we'll use update. So here we need to get our user ID. So here we will be update our online status. Here we need to pass if our app is resumed. In that case, we'll update it to true. And user ID, we need to pass that. So here we can get the user ID, string user ID. We can give current user ID will be inside provider dot of context. Context is not available. We need to use navigator d dot current state dot context. Provide listen to false and get. Here we need to also provide the return type as user data provider. dot get user ID. Now here we are getting our current user ID. You will set it to current user ID. Now like this, we'll also write the rest 5 cases. If our app is inactive, in that case we'll set status to false. If our app is paused, we'll set status to false. If our app is detached, in that case also we'll set it to false. And if our app is hidden, in that case we can also set it to false. So in any cases like default, so here we are not providing wait. Now in any other cases, so now we'll be calling this lifecycle event function that we have written in our main function, like widget binding dot instance dot add observer. You're going to pass the observer. It will be the function that we have created, lifecycle event handler, this function. Now we can also print it like app resume. Otherwise we'll not be able to understand. App inactive. This will be better for debugging. For that reason we're writing app paused, app hidden, and app detached. So now let's try to restart our application. Now here it's showing subscribe to Realtime. Let's also get this application and also restart this. Now let's see what happens if we run our app in background. You can see that it's saying app is paused and app is hidden. In that case, you saw that it immediately changed the online status of this current user. Now if we turn on, now you can see that it just changed the online status of this user. Now again, if we run it in background, you will note that it changed the online status to false. So now you can see that if we close this application, in that case, it just changed the status of this user. It just changed the status of this current user. Make sure that you have good internet connection. Otherwise, it may get some delay in our real-time socket. And also for this, if we run this in background, we find that the status got changed. And again, if we turn it on, you will see that the status got changed to online. So now it's okay. Now in case if we log out from this application, in that case what we are going to do? In that case what we are going to do in our profile, before logout, we'll set our update status, update online status to false, and user ID here we can use provider dot of context comma listen to false, return type of user data provider dot get user ID. Now if we log out from the application, it will just set the online status of that user to false. So now it's okay. We are able to do everything. Now let's work on the part for sending images to other user. So here, what we can do inside our chat page, here we'll write a function to open file picker. We can send multiple images to other user. So for that, you will create a function open file picker, use user data, will get the user data of the receiver, make it async. Here we'll use we will be declaring a variable. We don't need these messages now. We can just comment it out. Here we'll be having a file picker result will be underscore file picker result, and here we'll declare another file picker result will be await file picker dot platform dot pick files. Here we need to allow multiple to true so that the user can upload multiple images. And here we need to set type to file type dot image. Currently we are only supporting images, and then we'll use set state. After we have picked our files, we'll use set state. Here we'll set underscore file picker result to the result, and here we'll be creating a function to upload files to our storage bucket and our database. So you will create upload files, upload all images. You will be needing the user data of the receiver, make it async. If our file picker result is not equal to null, in that case, since we are having multiple files in our file picker result, so we need to loop over that. So first we'll use file picker result dot parts dot for each. Just add a null check here. For each of the files that we have picked contains a file path. So if the file path is not equal to null, so instead of element make it path. If this path is not equal to null, in that case our file will be file path. This file is from dart.io, and our file bytes will be file dot read as bytes sync. We are using sync, and our input file will be our input file from bytes. This input file is from Appwrite.dart. Bytes will be our file bytes, and file name will be inside our file dot path dot split slash dot last element. After we get our input file, here we'll be saving image to our database, saving image to our storage bucket. So for saving images, we have already written a function save image to bucket. Here we only need to provide the image. Image will be our input file, and after we are saving, we'll get a response ID instead the document ID. So let it be our image ID. So if image ID is not equal to null, it means everything. It means that we have updated the image correctly. And now we can create a new chat. Create new chat. Message will be our image ID. Sender ID will be our current user ID. Receiver ID, since we are passing the receiver, will have the value of receiver.user ID. And whether the file is image or not, yes, it's the file is image. Then creating new chat, we need to also update it now provider. So we'll be getting a value. If value, in that case, we need to update our chats provider. So here we'll use provider dot off context listen to false. Here we'll be using return type of chat provider. Here we need to use add message. Your message will be in form of message model. So here we need to create a message model. Message will be our image ID, and sender will be our current user ID. Receiver will be receiver dot user ID. Timestamp will be date time dot now. Is seen by receiver. Let's set it to false because instantly it will not be seen by the user. Current user will be our current user ID, and also here we need to provide list of user data. So first we'll have the user data. We don't need to pass the phone because we'll be only requiring the user ID. So first one will be our current user, and second one will be our receiver. Now it's okay. Now let's close this function. So if this file picker result is not equal to null, if it's null, in that case we can just use else print file pick cancel by user. Now it's okay. We have already written the logic for handling our chat message. Like if our message is an image, in that case, here we were using cache network image, and instead of this image, we'll be using we'll be using the actual image that the user is sending. So for that, just copy the file URL, copy it, and here paste it here. So this is our file ID. Here we'll be having widget dot message dot message. Now let's link it. When we press this icon button in our chat page, now when we press this icon button, we should be calling the open file picker function, and for receiver we'll pass the receiver. So here we are calling the open file picker option. Here we need to also call this function upload all image, and also pass the receiver. Also restart the second device. So we need to restart this. Now if we try to send this, try to send images. Now see that it's showing us the message ID. It means that we have done something wrong. Here it's showing us the image, but here it's not showing us here it's only showing us the message ID. So we have done something wrong. Let's try to fix it. Let's try to fix it. Here in our message model, we need to also add one more thing. That was whether it's image. In that case, we'll use it's true because it's an image. So let's now try to send one more image. Here it's showing us the image. And here in our chat message, we need to do some modification. Here we need to set the fit to box fit dot cover. Now it's okay. Now it's looking good. Also for this one, we need to restart for this one. Now it's okay. Now if we try to send images from this one, so now you can see that these two images are getting updated, and also the blue tick is getting updated. Now let's try to delete this image. So the image got deleted. Also it got deleted from this one. So image deleting is also working. So now image can also be deleted. So now we have successfully done our chat application. If we send anything from this user, also we'll find that it's working. Like here it's showing send an image. So now let's enter the phone number, send an OTP. So here we are able to create new account. Now let's search for users. So if we chat with this user, you'll find that you're showing the name and the status that we have received a new message. And we can also send images from here. Now here, one thing to note that inside our Appwrite controllers, you will find that when we are loading all our chats, current user chats, in that case, it will only return 25 chats. So what we can do, here we can increase the query dot limit to more than 25, like 200 or 2000 as you want. Now, if we go by our real-time status, it might happen in most of the cases a create, update or delete event happens every time in every milliseconds. So in every milliseconds, we are calling this load chat function, calling this current user function, and we are reading the API. So this will be, since currently two users are using and they are sending every time, means more than 100 requests in 1 minute. So our Appwrite server will, our Appwrite database will not be able to handle so many requests in so little amount of time. So for that, what we can do, we can reduce the number of requests. For that, we'll inside our chat provider, we will be reducing the number of requests that we received and we are calling. It will cause a little bit delay in our chat reading real-time performance, but that will be very valuable if we are building a large-scale application. So here, we'll be creating a variable outside here, this function timer debounce. We need to import timer from that async. Here in our load chats, if our debounce dot is active, otherwise we'll set it to false. Need to also add a question mark here. In that case, we'll just use debounce dot cancel. So if debounce is active, we'll be canceling that. Else, we'll be creating a debounce timer dot duration. Seconds will be 1, and then we'll create an async function. So it means that at max, at every 1 second, we will be calling this function. At max, every 1 second, we'll be calling this function. We need to make this async and also close this. We'll be getting a delay in our loading chats, but we'll be only sending 60 requests in every second in max cases, and every time if we update and delete. We can also reduce it to some other number if we really want to reduce the database call. So now if we send this message from one user to another, then you will find that it's taking some time to update. So it's evaluating correctly. Now for updating our online status, we can also do one more thing if in some cases it might fail. So for that, when we are in our home.dart file, in our init state, here inside our init, instead of our init state, we can just call our update online in our build context state. If we are on home page, then we'll be updating our online status to true. In case of our logout, first we need to update our online status to false, and after that we need to create all our providers. First we need to update all this online status, and then we need to do so. Let's see. Now let's try to update the status. So updated user online status to false, and then we are clearing all the data. So now this is correct. Now we need to work for push notifications. For that, first we need to add Firebase to our application. Here, visit Firebase console, and here you can select any of your project. For this, let me select this project. Now here I need to add one more app. Select Flutter. Now we need to log in first using Firebase. Now if Firebase CLI is not installed in your system, then you can install by following these instructions. So just open the terminal, and here let me choose another terminal. Here use Firebase login. Now it's saying that I'm already logged in with this email, and so let's click on next. We have already created our Flutter project. Now we need to configure. So for that, use this dot configure Flutter CLI. And now after this, we need to add our project. Let's keep it for Android and iOS for now. Now Firebase CLI has added a Firebase options.dart file, which we are going to be using. So here, first, we need to initialize our Firebase app. So for this, let's just copy this in our main.dart file. Here, we'll be calling this. We have already installed the Firebase package, so we need to import now Firebase code. And default Firebase options was inside Firebase options.dart file. Now we need to close our application and continue to console. Here, basically, we need to do the setup for notifications. So let us take a shortcut. So for initializing, let's just copy the full Firebase push notifications logic that we have used in my previous video. So here we are going to be creating in our controllers, we'll be creating another file. It will be fcm controllers.dart. Here I'll be pasting the logic. Remove this unnecessary packages. Now first we'll request the permission and then we'll be getting the device token. And after that, here we are saving the token. We'll not use this function. Instead, in our Appwrite controllers, we'll write another function to save our device token. It will be to save users device token to user collection. So it will be a future function. Let's name it as save user device token, and we'll accept the string token and this string user ID to be passed. Make it async, and here we'll use try catch. We'll use await databases dot update document. Database ID will be inside our DB. Collection will be our user collection. Collection will be our user collection, and document ID will be our user ID. And we need to also provide the data that we are going to update. Data will be our device token. So the name of our attribute was device underscore token. So let's use this and set it to the token that we are receiving from the parameters. And after this, we'll return true, else we'll catch on any exception. We'll print cannot save device token and also the reason, and we'll return false. Here we can also print that device token save to DB. So currently we are only doing it for our Android device. So web is not required. Here we don't need all of this logic. Here we can just print error on getting FCM token. And here we'll call save user device token. And here we'll pass the token that we are receiving as well as the user ID. So user ID will be inside provider dot of context. So context is not available here. We can use navigator key dot current state dot context, and listen will be to false. Just add a null check here. Also add a null check here. Dot get return type will be of user data provider, and now we can access the property of get user ID. Now it's okay. Here we don't need to pass this max retry. If we call this get device token function, it will just get the device token and save it inside our database. Now in our main.dart file, we also need to write the logic for handling our background and foreground notification to make it work. For that reason, here we can also copy the logic inside our main.dart file. Here, after our local save data got initialized, we can call all of this. Currently, we don't need this for web. We can remove this, and we need to import push notifications, also Firebase messaging and JSON encode. And here we need to also handle it for background message. Let us just declare it here. So now we don't need this show notification function for now. Now it's okay. But inside, if we launch the app in our terminated state, we can send it directly to our home route. We don't need to pass any arguments. And also, when we are clicking on the notification, we'll redirect them to the home route, not the message route. Now it's okay. Now if we try to run an application, and in our main.dart file, we are just initializing it for terminated, for foreground and for background. So here we are initializing it, and in our home.dart file, in our init state, we'll be calling here, after we get the user ID, we'll be calling push notifications dot get device token function to get the device token. Now here we need to also add the notification permissions. For that, we'll visit Android src main Android manifest.xml. Here we'll be pasting all the permissions that are required. And also inside our app build.gradle, here we'll convert the minimum SDK version to 21, save it, just stop our application and then run it again. So here we are getting the device token. Now let's send a test notification. So inside our Firebase console, create a new campaign, click notifications. Just let us use, for now, let us use this as a test notification. Let's try to send a test notification to our device SCM token. Paste this and click on test. Now here we are getting the pop-up that this is a test notification. So it's working in our foreground state. Let's test it in background. So here it's showing some notifications received in background, and also we got the notification. So we have successfully set up our notifications for our device. Now for cloud function, we'll be requiring to create a new cloud function. So click on create function. Here we need to connect with our GitHub. But before that, I will provide this repository link in description. Make sure to fork it to your own repository. This is the template for pushing notifications to your users. Just create a simple fork. Now, after the fork creation is done, we need to visit our Appwrite Cloud Functions. Now, we need to connect it with our GitHub. So choose GitHub. Now we have already forked our repository. Now we need to install and authorize our Appwrite. For now, I'm selecting the access for all repositories. You can modify. Let's authorize and install. From here, we need to choose the recent repository that we have forked. Just click on connect. Our branch should be main, so we don't need to provide any root directory. Just let's name the function as fcm push notifications. Runtime should be node 18. So our entry point will be src slash main.js, and our build commands will be npm install. Now click on next. Here we need to add roles. So for now, all users, we want that all the users can call this cloud function. So just click on create. So now it's building. So now our function is built. Now our development is done. So inside our settings, we need to add our environment variables. Here, we need to add our environment variables, otherwise it will not work. So here I have a JSON. Here we need to provide our client email, database URL, private key, and project ID. So for that, we need to visit our Firebase console, and inside project overview, settings, inside project settings, we need to go inside service accounts. Here we need to generate a new private key. Click on generate new private key, and a private key got download. So open this inside your VS Code. So now what we need to do from here, we need to get our client email. This is our client email. So just copy our database URL. So we don't have any database URL for this. So we can keep it empty, and our private key, just copy this and paste it here. And our project ID will be this. Just copy this and paste it here. And now just copy this full JSON. Inside our environment variables, click on editor. Here select JSON and paste all the keys that you have copied and save it. Now you can find that all the keys are added. So we don't have a database URL. For that, we need to visit Realtime database, and here just create a new database. Just click on next and click on let's start with logged mode, and this is our database URL. Just copy this URL. Here we need to edit our FCM database. So this will be our database URL. Just copy this URL and paste the value here. and update it. Now here it's saying values are updated. Now we can execute. Click on post. So the content type will be application JSON and the value. Let's paste this. Only will change the device token for now. So this is the device token. Just copy this. This is the device token. Just copy this token and replace it with this. And now let's execute. So now values are not getting updated. For this, what we can do here in our development, we need to redeploy it. Now here it has been deployed. Now let's try to execute one more time. So here the values will be seen. Let's click on execute. Now it's saying processing and it's showing it's completed. And here we are also getting the notification. So it means that it's working correctly. Now let's try to execute once more. So now in this way we can receive notifications. So now we have successfully created our cloud functions. Now we need to call this cloud function from our application. So for that, what we are going to do first, here inside our Appwrite controllers, here we'll be creating another function, but before that we'll import HTTP package. So here we'll be importing import HTTP dart as HTTP. Now here we'll be writing another function to send notification to other user. So it will be a future function. Let's name it as send notification to other user. You will be expecting string of notification title, notification body, and the required string device token. So make it async, and now here we'll wrap it with try catch. First, here we'll create a map of string comma dynamic. Let's name it as body. This will be our body payload. The payload that we need to pass will be our message, device token, and data. So currently we are not passing any data. Our device token will be the device token that we are receiving. Title will be our notification title. And the body will be our notification body. So we don't need to pass data because it's optional. We can skip that. Now we have written our body payload. Here we'll create a variable response. We need to send a post request to it. So here we'll use http.post. http.post. We need to pass the URL in url.parse. Here we need to pass the URL. So this will be our URL. Just copy it and paste it. So this will be HTTPS. We need to also pass the headers to application/JSON. And then we need to pass the body. Here we'll use JSON.encode, our body variable that we have. And now after this, we'll get a response.status code is equal to 200. Then it's a success and everything is everything has worked correctly. In that case, we'll print notification sent to other user. Else, in our catch, we'll print notification cannot be sent. Now it's okay. Here we have written the function for sending a post request to this URL for cloud function, and then we'll be getting a response either the notification is sent to the other user or not. Now we have written the function to send a push notification. Now we need to call this function when the current user is sending messages to other user. So for that, in our chat page here, when we are creating a new message here, after our value, we are getting our value, we'll be calling this function after this provider that send notification to user. Here we need to provide the title. Our title will be $current user name sent you a message. The notification body will be message controller.text, and the device token, this will be the device token of the receiver. So we'll use receiver dot device token. We need to add a null check here and then send. So this is the way we are sending notification to the other user after we have successfully sent a new message. If we also send an image, we need to also send a notification for that. So here, after the provider, we are adding message. Here we'll set current user name sent you a message and the notification body. So this time it will not be sent to you a message, sent you an image. And here it will not be message controller.text. Instead, it will be check it out. So we can remove this braces. Those are not required. Now let's test by running in both of our device. So now here, if this user sends a message to the other user, like, how are you? So the notification is not getting delivered because we are not able to validate the permission. So what we can do inside our settings, instead of this users, we can add a role of any all users. Or we can add the role of any and update it. And now if we restart both of our application, both devices, now here, if we send notification from this user to this user, let's try to send a message. Now here we are getting the notification that Mr. John sent you a message. And here if we are viewing it, so you will notice that it got a blue tick that we have read this message. And now if we send a message to this user, okay, now we'll see we are getting a notification that the user sent this message, and after some time you will also find that we have read this message. So that's all how we create a real-time chat application. If we also send an image, then then here, like, we are getting the notification that Jando send you an image, check it out. And this was the image. So this was our real-time chat application. So this was a very big application that I built. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.